Good evening, everybody. My name is Christina Jarvis, Chair of the Region 5 Stakeholder Advisory Committee. I would like to call this meeting to order on May 21st, 2025 at 5:32 p.m. I want to welcome everybody to our, eighth Regional 5 Stakeholder Advisory Region 5 Stakeholder Advisory Committee meeting. And I just want to remind all members of the public to sign in on the sign-in sheet. Is it located on the front table?
Yes.
Sam? Yeah. Located on a table over there, so if you could sign in, and then when you provide public comment, if you could start with your name and why you are here tonight too. Then with that, I'll go ahead and we'll move on to approval of the meeting agenda for tonight. We have a motion for approval.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Okay.
Second.
Got a first and a second. Okay, so we'll move that to a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? No opposed? With that, the agenda is adopted. We do not have any meeting minutes to go through tonight, so we'll go ahead and start the meeting.
Okay, so again, similar to last week, we'll just office planning and zoning will provide a brief overview. Even just a couple slides this evening, then we'll get into public comment, and then we'll begin our discussion. We'll pick up where we left off last week with our discussion of zoning, and then finish up talking about next steps. So give you a different slide. I presented this, I think, a few months ago, but just going to return back to it, just to again emphasize where we are in the process, who is doing what when, ultimately to get us to early 2026 in county council. So right now, the stakeholder advisory committee is reviewing the zoning, and then that'll go into a draft zoning map, an interactive draft zoning map that'll be available to the public in mid-June, and that'll be an opportunity for the public to provide comments on then any recommendations in the current zoning, or the recommended zoning map that includes staff recommended changes, SAC recommended changes, as well as consistency changes and the owner applications. And then that'll conclude in mid-July. And then in August, the SAC will reconvene and review the community input on the draft strategies that we've had questionnaires out for. There is one questionnaire that's currently available and it ends tomorrow. I'll get to that during the next steps. And then, like I said, is the draft zoning. The SAC will have an opportunity to review the comments received for that process. And then our internal departments, we review the draft strategy, zoning, the public feedback that we've received. And then in September, we present to the planning advisory board. There's a public process for that, where the planning advisory board will receive public comments. There will be an opportunity, again, for an interactive map so that you can see any additional updates through that process. And then after that is when the plan and the zoning map are introduced to county council. And again, there will be a community comment period for that process as well as an owner application process. There's also an owner application process during the planning advisory board, as well as the draft zoning map that will be released in June. Okay. So again, several more opportunities for the public to be participating in this process. For owners, if you missed the first application process, several more opportunities for them to submit an application. The SAC, you'll have one more opportunity to review comments and make additional changes, and then it goes to the planning advisory board. They'll provide their recommendation, and then ultimately county council, who has the authority to adopt the draft plan as well as the zoning. Again, just want to reiterate that this land use and zoning process is separate from the Anne Arundel County Public Schools redistricting process. So just to try to keep those separate, sometimes when folks hear zoning, they think of school zoning, but again, they have their own process. their public comment period on 3 scenarios closed May 15th, but again, if you are looking for more information, you can go to that website. So, with that, Christina, I'll hand it back to you for public comments.
You know? So now we're going to open up for public comment. Just a reminder for speakers, we're going to try to limit folks to 2 minutes each, to ensure that everybody has the full opportunity. And then, once we close public comment and the committee is talking and discussing, various applications and zoning and parcels and whatnot, we are going to, ask that the public do not interject at that time. So that we can go ahead and open it for public comment. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Baker Land Use. I'm here representing my client, Athletic Performance Incorporated at 740 Franklin Highway. API, as they're known, serves as the Center for Arundel County Youth Sports, serving as an indoor option to many local community-based sports and recreation programs, including Gamble, Codes and Recreation Council, Crofton Athletic Council, North Park Green Hornets, and Saturn Athletic Club. Many local nonprofit sports organizations, including the Bay Area Volleyball Academy, Lady Aces Volleyball Academy, Freedom Field Hockey, TNT Maryland Softball, goes on, so many different things. They're a tremendous asset to the community because they provide options that are not typically available when we have a horse sporting demand, but we don't necessarily have 4 seasons of sports availability on the outdoors. They turn away lots of people and lots of league groups because they simply cannot accommodate the existing demand with this program. The subject property consists of 2 parcels totaling about 3.5 acres, and they have 500 linear feet of frontage along Franklin Highway. The property's been owned by API since 2011. It was originally developed as a commercial recreation facility by Severn Valley Tennis in the 1970s. No change in use of the frontage or anticipated. However, the landowners requesting changing zoning from C2 to C4. While the existing use is permitted, this use is very intensive compared to most other types of C2 users. There's limited C2 in the area surrounded by C4 property. The enhanced flexibility provided by the C4 district will allow some of the improvements that they're anticipating to take place to actually be implemented over the coming years. The request for zoning classification is also consistent with the zoning of the area and consistent with what one would expect to find along a major highway like Route 3 in the Gamble area. So again, to underscore the issue is one of consistency, bringing the existing zoning of the site consistent with what one would expect in this area, and the additional flexibility offered by the C4 zoning would allow additional intensity at the existing site, allowing the fullest possible use of an area that's already developed. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one follow-up question. Are there any planned intensities or desired intensities? When you say intensity, can you define that as like programming?
So there's constant demand for more indoor facilities for all the different sporting programs that they offer. They can make fuller use of the property as they currently have under a C4 classification than they can under the C2 classification. So that's part of what they're looking to do. So they are looking at acquiring additional parcel in the area potentially, but that's not a guarantee. So what we're looking at is to try to make fuller use of the existing facility. So it's a question of efficiency. When you try to do something like that, it creates a situation where you're not having to sprawl out in the other areas and impact other areas. You can take something to do it from the footprint.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Did anybody have any? Hold on, no, okay. Any other members of the public? Other comment?
Good evening, everyone. I'm here on behalf of 2 Rivers Associates, and I only have 2 minutes to talk about a very large property. So I think in summary, I start by saying very clearly that 2 Rivers is not looking for any change at all in the existing zone. So for all the current zoning, we just want that zoning to stay the same, and land use designations that are consistent with that zone. The reason that we found applications and all, and I think the reason for some of the confusion last week, was that we had seen and anticipated recommended changes to zoning, in particular for parcels NR and OR. Where parcel NR is currently zoned OS, we saw it being recommended for a change to R2. And on the flip side, we saw that parcel OR, which is currently zoned R2, was being recommended for a change to OS7. So, we also saw that parcel 7BR1 and 2, which is actually 2 lots, being recommended for a change largely to OS. And in all three cases, those are what you refer to as consistency changes, so that the zoning is consistent with the land use recommendation. Our application, we really intended just to say, it really means that NR residential, which we did not have, and part 5 is not happening, we're okay with that. But we can't have a reduction in residential zoning, this is all part of a plan unit development. So again, we looked at all, we're asking for it all to stay the same. And I'm pretty consistent with the county's policy about recommending changes or not recommending changes for these consistency changes where the owner proposed them. And with the policy of not making changes within a planning development. That said, we are all right with small zoning district boundary line adjustments, match those boundaries, those zoning boundaries up with parcel lines. So that kind of establishes detail, and we provided these sheets for everyone tonight, and label these parcels, that we use their names, and to show where these small areas of mismatch between zoning district boundary line, parcel lines exist. For most of those, we are supportive of changes, whether that be small loss of GRT zoning or a small gain of GRT. There are a few instances though, where a change from that zoning district boundary line would cause a greater change in the amount of property zone, that particular zone. And so we can go through each property, and I'll stay here if available for questions during your 15. There's like to ask questions at that point about the details of those changes. So we provided these sheets, and they show the existing zoning and our request zoning for each of the parcels. And in terms of where on the parcel we're asking for the changes, I'll be prepared for no questions. Thank you.
So again, just to clarify, is the 11 by 17 sheets with this as the top sheet, it was provided by the applicant as an exhibit to his testimony this evening. So I know the order may not match with the slide deck that I provided you a few days ago, but again, the parcels will, we will be talking about the same parcels. So.
Great, thank you.
My name is Tim Holman. I am a resident of the Dorset Plaza. And our community has seen a lot of changes with development. And we are very concerned about the rezoning process of parcels of land that will allow for future development. As it is, there's a lot of traffic on the road, a lot of safety hazards affecting wildlife, affecting our very nature of living in a rural community. Our community has not only created rezoning, Woodwardville, Wilson Town, Conway Road, Meyer Station Road, Two Rivers Falls within the boundaries of the forests of the Tucson. We welcome them as a community, as our neighbors. That's 2,060 homes, in addition to what it was approximately about 150 homes in our local community, has drastically changed our lifestyle. We, with all respect to any and everyone involved, do not wish to see any rezoning of any property that will allow for future building in our local community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
My name is Judy Wagner. I'm a resident of Two Rivers. And I am relatively confused about all these organizational relationships and zoning. and the 2040 plan. But what I do know is that our PUD maps over the years have seen some of these parcels, parcel O go from open space to R2 zoning. We don't even know how that happened, and that was fairly recent, the last years. And these maps now are confusing, and that parcel is being proposed as further development by the, Two Rivers, corporation that developed the PUD. And we're very concerned, there's now this parcel N, that is somehow these, there's been zoned as, part two, we could then allow for the coverage, even for development, and in fact, we will also have not believing that, there was a 2060 unit limit on the size of the development. This is all in another process that's going on with applications, regarding parcel, but I think it's very important that there be clarity and the historical record of what, what was assumed in that PUD, and what's changing over time. We're all and confused. I'm speaking to myself. But I know that I've gotten a lot of confused, emails from my neighbors. So I know I'm not the only one. So I would like careful assessment of that, and not just from the standpoint of a developer who can, assign easily to certain, arbitrary levels. Whatever it is, good luck.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public who would like to speak? Do we have any folks on Zoom at all?
Yeah, one, Ms. Gannon, and I'll allow her to, talk you through the microphone. Okay, so Ron, there you go, Rhonda. Rhonda, you're on it. You can hear us. Your audio. Like. Yeah, it should be coming through the speakers is through the owl.
I think in the tray.
On my black, we have an exit for speaker.
You want to try it again on that? So again, as we've got our speakers coming through the owl. Or microphone. Rhonda, are you able to see our text here, our chat, or use the microphone?
Usually on Zoom, the microphone like shows some sort of talk, so.
right
It doesn't
here,
look like.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it usually shows blue on like the level of speech.
Yeah. If we can move on and. Be like,
Rhonda can always take and put in the,
let me, Sam had mentioned, might try to promote her to a panelist and see if that changes something. Hi, Ron, you're welcome to share your comments.
All right. Able. Can you hear me?
So we still can't hear you, we can see you.
Okay.
I think
Sure.
maybe something with your audio because she's lighting up green and that usually indicates the individual's speaking.
It's,
Yeah, you gotta switch here. Over on the far right, where it says accent, you have to flip it to that.
Yeah.
There we
I'm
go.
trying to
And
unmute.
now, there we go. Now we can hear Rhonda.
You can hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, you have me? Hello?
We can hear you, Rhonda.
Okay. My brother David Ryden and I are property owners of the 3 properties in Woodwardville, and I'm the trustee of the estate. All 3 of these properties are individual applications, and I'd like them to be judged independently and relevant to all the local, state, and federal regs. My applications were presented as the last item in the May 15th meeting, and of course, after 3 hours, it was everyone was tired, and so it was felt rushed, and I didn't feel like it was actually regarded as separate proposals. It kind of was lumped as one in a way. But anyway, as an example, the 3.19 acre parcel I want to talk about now, I feel is in total compliance with the definition of rural agricultural as stated on the county's website, which states RA zoning is designed to preserve ag land and allow for very low density housing. It's characterized by a minimum of 40,000 square feet and typically allows 1 unit per parcel for that size. If the land was divided into 3 lots, they would all exceed the minimum required as 1 acre equals 43,560 square feet. Not saying that they could all be developed, or maybe only 2 houses could be developed because of some constraints on the property. Having said that, there's several properties currently in the neighborhood that do not comply with the minimum lot size. I also heard someone mention at the last meeting that the property would most likely not perk for a septic system. I did have it perked and it passed. The Anne Arundel County website states that property owners have the right to install and maintain a septic system and well if public services are not available. In addition, this property has 30 feet of right-of-way, an access road coming directly off Patuxent Road. The proximity of the railroad tracks isn't any closer, which was another point that was mentioned, than a lot of the other properties in the neighborhood. In fact, my brother's property at 944 Patuxent Road is practically right on the railroad tracks. Anyway, my intent in requesting the rezone from an RA to an R1, allowing 1 house per acre, is not in any way to devalue the historic significance of this community, as I value greatly. It is simply to regain our right as property owners and taxpayers to enjoy the rural setting that this property would still have with the R1 zoning. We have gotten 946 Patuxent Road on the historic registry as a cultural resource for the community. So preservation for the historic significance of this community and properties in it has been hugely on our agenda of intent in this request. I do not feel that it devalues the neighborhood or is is inconsistent with anything else that is there. In fact, more consistent with things that are there. I'm just asking for a full and fair appraisal of each of my 3 applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Okay. No more public comments tonight?
Did you need to move her to a member
Yes.
versus a panelist?
Same restore for those. Yeah. No one, I'm just afraid if I did hit that, does it remove her completely from the meeting? So,
I think you have to pull up the chat and do it, like the size of panel. There you go. So go to panelists and then I think hit the 3 dots.
change it to attending. Okay. Yeah, any last public comments here before we move on to the mapping exercise?
Then with that, we will close public comment. And move on.
So with that, we'll go back to our map here, and we left off at the Two Rivers area. So again, what you have in front of you, you may have one file digitally, right? The slide that I sent earlier, as well as then a reference sheet that the applicant has also provided this evening. So there are 4 or 5 applications within this area. We can start with, so I'm already gonna go off script here to start. If you want to flip to the 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sorry, the 4th page. And we're gonna start with this shaped property to the north. Okay, give you a minute here, while you wanna look good. This is also known on the 11.5 by, or sorry, the 11 by 17 sheet. This is open space 4R as well as open space B1. Okay.
Both are incorporating to that?
Correct. Yeah. So it's the parcel that's highlighted and then the one to the west that isn't highlighted, but they are adjacent to each other. So again, 4R and B1. So the applicant is requesting R2. And for both those properties, again, 4R and B1. B1 is entirely currently the zoning is currently R2. So there would be no change there. And with 4R, the only recommended change is just cleaning up a small little sliver that you see here. Okay, so this is the adopted zoning, and you see just this one small area that we would then be recommending to change to R2, just again, to ensure that the zoning district line matches the parcel boundary with, assuming that that was the intent of the zone.
What about the vertical line?
I'm sorry?
What about the vertical line? It doesn't.
This is not part of the PUD. This is private property. And right, we would end up correcting this zoning line as well. Right, so if I now put on the consistency change.
Right.
You see that that sliver is being picked up. And we should be picking this, or picking that one up as well. So that was coming in through an application. Okay.
So there's actually 2 slivers where The R2 is being changed to RA.
To RA is this
Yeah,
private property, right?
right.
Separate from the PUD, the Two Rivers PUD. And then the other change is picking up R2 for this little sliver.
Yeah.
And then there is, you know,
Yeah.
again, more cleanup on these two other ones.
Yeah. Who is the applicant?
The applicant is Two Rivers Associates LLC. Okay. Any concern over 4R and D1? No,
So, on the. Where you attach to an email,
Mhm.
what do you call these? The what's? You sent these out,
yes,
what's the term, what should I call this?
you can call it just the cheat sheet.
All right,
Call it the cheat sheet, the fact sheet, whatever you want.
Right, and so it said that owner requested zoning, you had R2 or R5. But
That was,
that's down
yes,
by the wayside.
so our,
Okay,
yes, the update that we received is
sure.
what you're seeing in a far right column, the second to the right hand side.
Right, okay, quite hard.
R2,
Okay, and what was P and Z's recommendation?
R2,
There was still TBD.
okay,
So all of the Two Rivers stuff, you guys have gone back and looked at the, I can't remember.
small area plan, yeah.
Yeah, small area.
Yeah.
I had special in my head, but I was like, that's not right. Small area plan and, have reinterpreted. Right,
Yep, and we've also gotten more clarification from the applicant as well.
okay, perfect.
Okay,
So it looks like everybody's good with this one.
okay. Okay,
So if that was currently zoned R2, and the owner requested R2, and you're recommending R2, why are we going through this?
we're just going through the application of that.
Just those little
It's
slivers?
just
Okay,
due process there.
sure.
Okay. Okay, let's move over to. Parcel, or, yeah, both parcel NR. So this is going to be. On the cheat sheet, the first page.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also on the 11/17. I believe it is actually the second page, but again, the heading is up at the top, open space 5A and bulk parcel NR. Okay. So, this is. The recommendation here, or sorry, the request by the applicant is to maintain the existing zoning. So you have a little sliver of R2 here in that open space 5A, a small little sliver of R2 in bulk parcel NR. And then open space for a majority in this darker green, and then RA, a little sliver of it to the south. The Office Planning and Zoning's recommendation is to maintain the existing zoning, except for this little sliver here, which would become, our recommendation is to take that to open space. Yeah, so again, this is based on, our interpretation of the small area plan, the maps and the recommendations that came out of that. That then influenced the zoning for this area. Okay,
Makes sense. Which you mentioned we're doing these two together, correct?
5A and bulk parcel NR, correct?
I
Yeah,
don't think we have 5A on our cheat sheet.
correct, it is just NR is what came through as the application.
So which of those two is that?
It's this one right here, NR,
It's the NR.
NR is this one. Yeah. Yeah, and so. At this point, Office Planning and Zoning is recommending to just clean up this one sliver.
And make it OS.
Correct.
But they requested R2.
They requested to maintain just the R2 on the west side of this, to maintain that R2 sliver.
Which is what it is today, right?
Correct. Mhm.
It seems straightforward.
Any,
So
yep,
the
go ahead.
whole parcel will go to open space potentially, or
We
I
would,
guess where are people leaning? Is it
Hmm.
open, are we thinking open space for the whole thing to clean things up, or are we leaving as is?
Can you highlight the other one? The OS5A?
OS5A is this.
Right. So,
We did not receive an application for this property.
well, if we're trying to keep, if we're trying to make
Sure.
parcels consistent instead of chopped up, I would split zoning, my recommendation would be to make that strip OS as well, just like you're doing for the other one.
And I know that this gets into the plan unit development realm, so how? That's what I'm grappling with right now. I'm trying to like understand how, like, I know the applicant came in for this.
Yeah.
And, yeah, go ahead.
So the PUD was based on the zone, on the R2 zone.
Okay,
So,
so the open
That's
space.
Space with that.
yeah. Right.
So what?
Can you say
What it was,
Yeah.
I said, so changing that all the open space will impact the PUD.
Yeah.
Question mark. Move on to the-
Yeah, but I feel like many of the residents that we heard from feel as though Two Rivers sold them on a package plan of a limited cap for a certain number of properties. And they're not upholding that end of their deal. They're trying to change these parcels to R2 to develop more property.
Well, I thought they were keeping it the same.
We're keeping it the same.
They're asking the same.
But I see your hand, but we're chatting, so, yep, we understand, thank you.
Mark, would leaving it R2 mean that there is more density for further development in the PUD, or is this is just about housekeeping cleanup and it will not result in that?
leaving the R2 would maintain what their allowable density was when the PUD was established.
But will it mean that they can develop that as new houses?
What would the
Just a
density?
sliver.
Just a sliver,
PUD.
you know, right now, I
I
would say, let me turn off everything here so you can see, so. Right now, this is one of their stormwater ponds, when we went out, did a site visit a couple weeks ago, we saw that they were just spraying it with, extra seed, so. I don't know if they would be. If in the future they would convert this to housing, if it has R2 density and they've got remaining density within the PUD. It could feasibly go on any of the R2 zone land. Right.
I don't know that I agree with that.
If they have allowable density, if they would have to go through this,
And I may ask Lynn Miller, who's our assistant planning and zoning officer, who oversees the zoning division, to weigh in here. But my understanding with PUDs is the applicant basically takes the different zoning categories that they have within their outline, even though there may be various parcels. And then they can apply that density across the entire group of parcels. So when we start tinkering with zoning within a PUD to make more open space, we are potentially making the PUD non-conforming if they have, if part of their density is relying on that acreage, which I would not want to do. Yeah,
because that plat is approved by. Planning zone,
it's already been approved, correct? And that, so originally when we started to think about this process, which started all the way back with the development of the Plan 2040, the county's general development plan, we thought that we would try to clean up zoning in planned unit developments. When we got into the first set of region plans, 2, 4, and 7, we started to look very closely at some of the planned unit developments. And we got nervous that that could be very problematic. So in general, we've been very hands-off with the planned unit developments. And there are plenty of them that have big slivers and big problems with how zoning relates to property lines, but we left it. Because an ultimate approval that was granted relies on the existing zoning as it is now. And so in this case, and the SAC, I mean, they can make the recommendation they want. Staff may have to divert from you and make a different recommendation. Because we also have a responsibility that our recommendations are legally justifiable.
So where's the limit of the PUD?
Yeah.
I mean, I asked because that other piece, that other sliver that you're recommending we go to OS, is that part of the PUD or is that in the adjacent part?
So again, is both open space 5A and bulk parcel NR are in the PUD.
And in the original PUD, was there a reference to the number of allowable units?
I would expect that there would have been. I mean, it's not that,
That's
I
significant.
mean, that's a very typical thing that's done.
Yeah.
In subdivision, and PUD is subdivision, is that you identify the maximum number of units that are potential from the property.
And whoever's resident understand that to be 2060. So I'm asking if that can be confirmed.
It probably can't be confirmed this evening at this meeting. You may be able to get confirmation of that.
How would we get confirmation of that follow-up?
Let's do research.
And then in August,
Yeah, that's what's all clear.
because personally,
I do believe they have a little bit of, remaining allowed density, so the 2,060 units that have been approved and I think those are constructed now. It's what was approved in the prior special exception approval, but I think if you calculate the allowable density, there may be something like between, don't quote me on this, but 250 or 300 additional allowable units that we built. I think.
I thought the PUD was defined minimum. And when you reach that number, you're done. And any other R1 space around or R2 that you want to develop, you have to submit a whole new plan. Put plunk houses on it. You can't go out there and start with. Am I wrong? Why not understand?
No, well, there's two different things. There's your allowable density based on the zoning that's in place, and the zoning hasn't changed since the budget. But also requires special exception. And whatever densities proposed in that special exception application, and that was subsequently approved, is what they have approval from. And those are the real 2016. So if they want to alter that approved special exception, and then put some additional units elsewhere, they potentially do that, and they would have to apply for a special exception. Yeah, I think that's what he was saying.
Right, just because we leave that little strip yellow doesn't mean that a house can be put there right away. Right?
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
But that strip of yellow that remains on to supports the density for the overall development to add from the delivery benefits. So if we when we change these strips to open space, then it would reduce the overall number of housing units that they.
Then that, yeah, that could reduce their total allowable density. So I think that's the point Mark is making, that, and that he's making, is that you want to be careful when you're pretty much slivers, because this is that you're not altering your allowable density.
Because that's illegal. They have a legal right to that density. It cannot be changed. I think it opens us to risk of lawsuit.
Yeah. Feel like it's a little dangerous. I do have a question for the applicant, one question directed, and I'd like you to just answer the question and venture away. How many, do you know how many units are still available to be built within the PUD, of the 2060 that we were talking about?
No, it's correct, it's roughly 300, as the approval is for the 2060, that would have to go into a special session.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just want to make sure I understand, the application is actually not for 5A, but just for N-bar. And it's to remove the RA sliver bottom and trim that open space.
Correct, right, is so for both parcel and R, maintain that small sliver of R2 on the west side. And turn the RA to, on that little sliver to OS.
So if people are concerned about density, having that RA, OS, very hard to really reduce.
Yeah.
Like 3 houses, 4
Yeah.
houses.
So again, is, like we had mentioned, is we feel that there may have been some shift in the zoning, our digital zoning layer over time, and so we don't feel that this accurately reflects the intention from the small area.
I filled up the document for the planning and development period. And the 2060 is the maximum number of units allowable, and they are all either built or under construction. Anything above 2060 will be very special.
May I just say that, actually, point for the fact that maybe here, where this is now.
We actually, no, just because we closed public comment, you do have the opportunity to, write to region 5 at aacounty.org.
The county has put out a document about the whole special exception statement regarding this. And if we don't have a copy of that county fact sheet, we shouldn't have it. That's it.
Yep, yeah, and, thank you very much, ma'am. And any follow-up comments?
And I'm here because I don't think I'm here anymore.
That's fine. We can all project a little bit more. too. Any follow-up comments, we can email them to region5@aacounty.org. We're going to revisit everything again in August. There's gonna be a, period of time between now and then where public can comment even further. So if you have anything else that your neighbors or you come upon that you'd like to voice your opinion on, you can do it then as well. Okay? Thank you.
I'm gonna stay here.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll try to project a little bit more too. I don't know if folks on the L can hear us super well either, so.
And I was gonna mention that too, is when we re-listened to the recording from last week, we did hear a couple side conversations, so if you don't mind just having one speaker at a time, that way it's picked up more easily on the recording. So I think maybe at this point, do you want to have a vote to see if you want to maintain, or sorry, a recommendation to maintain this small sliver of R2 and take the remaining portion of the property to open space? There was also, I think I heard, taking the entire parcel NR to open space. But again, it's just trying to move things along here, if that's possible. the discussion's been exhausted,
Shouldn't we vote on the request in isolation?
just end office, right?
Yeah, not the bulk person.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just, and also, just to make sure there's complete understanding here, changing to, the RA to open space will still mess with the PUD density.
I don't think, I mean, again, is RA and this small sliver, I don't think would have much of an impact, but
That's a mistake.
That's a mistake, correct? Okay, cause I just don't want to like. Knowing the consistency we've done thus far with PUDs and not touching them. I don't wanna touch something that's gonna jeopardize something else and domino from there, but. Okay. So, do we have a motion of some sort?
So I'll make
For-
a motion to accept this proposal, to change that small sliver from RA to open, and then leave the other one as R2, which is exactly what they requested.
I'll second that.
Okay. So now we will move to a vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. 10.
Oh, okay, and how did she vote with people with Sharon?
She said, I,
Okay, so 11 out of,
Any opposed? Any? Any
abstentions.
Two abstaining? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And with that, we're approving the motion.
Okay. Okay, moving on then to the southwest. I think this is again on the 11 by 17, your third sheet. And on your cheat sheet, it is the second page. Okay. And similar situation, let me just, clarify, is the application is just for this parcel here, which is, I know there are 3 rows, but again, this is just bulk parcel OR. Okay. And the request is to maintain the split of OS and R2 along this curve. And then just clean up some of the edges here, again, removing the RA and just sort of extending the R2 out to the parcel boundary.
You wanna extend the yellow part?
Yep, so if I go ahead and turn off, oops. The adopted zoning, I gotta flip over here. Okay, below, there we go. So again, as you see, just again, a small sliver here, which we identify as a mistake, as well as a small sliver over here. And again, the idea would be to bring the R2, the yellow, to the parcel line on both sides. And again, here with the open space to the parcel line.
So mostly clerical again, right?
Exactly.
Doesn't impact necessarily the 2060 units.
Isn't there also a sliver where the R2 they go back to the property line on the bottom? There, the R. There, like, it looked like on the layer where you had the dashed line
Oh, okay.
outlined, there was a dashed line there, too.
Yeah.
That-
Oh, right, and pulling up the open space, this is an Anne County parcel.
Oh.
So this is pulling up the open space center.
So it's removing R2
off there, and then extending it to the other property.
Right, cleaning it up here.
Are we, do we wanna vote? Do we wanna?
So you said that on his sheet, and just for
Yeah, I
one,
feel like everybody's feeling good about
Sorry, Stephen.
so you're saying this is just that one row, all part of it, 1.6R?
This is full parcel OR, and was your question just cleaning up the boundary?
No, you mentioned all three of these under page, but this is just the top.
So again, this came from the applicant,
Right,
just to, I think, provide some additional context of some additional properties that are adjacent to what was part of the application. But again, is the application that we've received is only for full parcel OR.
Okay.
I mean, if you were to look at Q, which is in the middle, there is no change. That's has been R2 and will, no recommendation, or sorry, no request there. That would be different from what is adopted. And if you were to just look at this, open space 6A at the northern part of the property, you know, that would be another cleanup that we would, recommend. Okay. So again, for the only property that was part of the application for OR is just to clean up the sides as part of a consistency.
Okay, and I think everybody's nodding, feeling relatively good, yeah?
Right, let's just take a vote, just to, I know
Have it
these
on
are
record,
tricky
okay.
ones, yeah.
Move for a vote on the planning and zoning recommendation. Ratify.
Do we need any more further clarification
Yes,
on that motion?
if you could just recommend, or if in your motion, just note a split zone, or maintain the existing split in the zoning and cleaning up the, snapping the zoning district lines to the parcel boundaries.
Okay, then move, we snap the zoning lines and parcel boundaries and, clean up the OS,
Maintain the existing
maintain.
zoning.
Sure.
Okay,
second,
Steven,
Say this, Lisa still wants to second that. He's gonna go for it.
Lisa, that's still second?
Yes, and I
Okay.
should he's done.
Okay,
yeah,
all right, very good.
Okay, we'll move to a vote, all in favor?
And Valva,
Any opposed? Any abstentions? 2. If you make a motion, can you still?
abstain from the vote,
Yeah,
I didn't make the motion.
second,
or second, sorry.
Do you want to redo it? You don't have to vote.
just kind of moves it along, right?
Yeah, I just wanna make sure. I don't know, it's part of Robert's rules.
Right.
Robert rules, Roger, R-O something. I just wanna make sure we're not gonna,
Understood, and again, your positions here are advisory,
yes,
and this is only to get us to the preliminary draft. right?
okay, cool.
Zoning draft, so again, you'll revisit this in August. Okay, all right, so that one. The last property is 7BR-1 and 7BR2. It is one property, but we're told that they do have 2 tax account numbers. And this is number 1, 2, 3 of your cheat sheet. Gotcha.
right.
So again, is the applicant has stated that they want to maintain the existing zoning as is for, move this over here. For entire property. There. Got it. So again, maintaining the existing split zone.
So the change is just a dotted line,
The,
There is no change.
there's no change.
yeah, Sam, what did, was it, let me pull on the, what was the symbology just for that instead of the whole parcel, you know?
Want to separate?
Yeah, if we're highlighting the, application by parcel. Why it just selected the, or why the outline is just for the R2.
I need some clarification, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It says, for this, it says the current zoning is R2, RA, and OS. Plan 2040, land use has it as conservation, so I'm confused.
Yeah, so again, when we worked on Plan 2040, we were going off of plats. So we started Plan 2040 in 2019 is when we started analysis. And then by the time it ultimately got to council, there was a change to the plat. And so we were going off of a plat that indicated this as open space or to be protected. That plat has, from what we understand, now changed. And we feel that the planned land use for this parcel could then be updated to reflect a change in the most current plat for this. And we would likely recommend that the planned land use could be split the way it is, how the zoning is illustrated on this parcel.
So this is a change to the planned land use, not the zone?
So, correct. Yeah, so this would be, so the planned land, yeah, I think, right, that is just it, it's just the planned land use, because again, the applicant has indicated that they're requesting no changes to the zone.
They are.
Do you want,
I'm so confused.
can you ask the applicant to clarify the difference between R2 and the statement, R2 stated here and what they have indicated, no change in their public comment?
Yes,
Just very concisely, what the request is.
yeah, I actually think I might have been looking at the wrong thing too.
I was gonna say,
Like,
are you looking at parcel 7ER-1,
Yeah.
7ER-2?
Correct. So what's illustrated on your handout is the zoning, not the planned land use.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it still says current zoning.
Yeah.
R2, RA, and OS, requested zoning, R2.
Correct. Right, and that's why I'm asking Christina if she wants to get clarification from the applicant about the requested zoning saying R2, but his statement during public comment saying keep everything the same.
Well, yeah, and then.
Right, because keeping everything the same would be an R2 and OS.
But and also, how can we take a verbal statement over an actual application that they've submitted? I think that's contradictory and misleading.
Yeah, so again, applicants do have the opportunity to amend their application throughout this process. And I mean, like we've indicated here is the initial application came in as R2 or R5. And so as we continually communicate with the applicant, you may see changes, but again, you all have the opportunity to come up with your own recommendation, regardless of what they're requesting.
Right, I recommend that we keep
So,
our own way there.
Are you looking to extend the yellow, which is a little green, into the green areas, two green areas?
There's RA, like a little
yeah,
sliver
just
of
down
RA
there.
right there.
Mhm.
Oh,
So
not,
this- so
not,
this would
not
be-
not down to the left.
Yeah.
That,
So maintain the office planning and zoning, just recommending to maintain the existing zone.
okay,
So we
so
wouldn't
those are-
even clean up to.
Or,
match the
sorry, we
front.
would clean up this, you're right, we would
And
clean
then
up this.
snap to that section right there.
But then what happens,
This would be cleaned up, this is a county Brooklyn, I believe, yeah. So that would be, yes.
Okay, you can see the dash.
So that, we should be getting, those should be
so you're
changed.
not
to
moving the yellow
open space.
down to the red.
That's not our recommendation, to maintain the existing zone,
It's just to clean up the boundary where the R2s are.
right down here, and then on the county parcel, clean up any yellow that is within the county parcel.
So pretty trivial sample.
I think we do need clarification on, sir, if you could, no, the requested zoning is indicated on your, what, page, whatever, 4, 5 of your packet, to be R2. Was it intention to maintain, or are you looking to take the whole parcel over as R2?
We're not seeking to make the whole part of R2, we're seeking bringing R2 to the property boundary on the east, where you're just be stacking it on a small sliver there. The south, a large portion of the west, and remain both places of the parcel where there's large pieces of the west that Brad has to change. And we're asking to remove the RA so that it's we did on a moment ago. So just the technical correction for mapping errors, no change to the actual intent is there.
Okay.
So to clarify, maintain the open space in this area and maintain the open space here.
Right.
why do those have red lines on them?
This is a
Parcel.
parcel. The red line is a parcel then.
Oh,
So, no change,
Put the dotted line.
short.
So you're not, sounded like what I heard was there was a request to snap the top,
Just this piece going to R2.
right, but I thought I heard people was supposed to
Yes.
snap the top.
On the east,
Way over on the
On the-
left side.
On the left side.
Yeah, so there's a piece here, a small piece here. Northwest.
So not the top, but we go northeast, at the very top.
And was there a piece up there?
Next to the word, yes.
Oh, yes, right there.
There, that line is not gonna be, that's not gonna
Are we
snap.
maintaining that? Open space there.
We're recommending that this geometry stay the same.
okay, do we have a motion to move with anything?
I move we accept the OPZ recommendation for the.
To not snap to the red parcel line?
To do what they have recommended.
Can you clearly?
To on the southeast side to that of the parcel line. Where they're showing RA and the.
As well as the remainder, or just the RA?
Just the RA, everything else is. I understand the same where it is.
Yeah, so again, and just this sliver here.
And are you gonna state anything about the zoning in your motion?
There's only even names that there is,
Okay.
like I said. No, the motion can very clear.
Do we need to clarify the motion at all? Or we did?
I don't think consistent with the application.
I think the motion is exactly what the applicant asked.
Mhm.
I just thought we needed to state it.
Because the application came in as R2 or R5 for the parcel, I might put it in your words. Right? So,
I can't make a motion, guys, so
Yeah.
that's why I have to like pry it out.
so I think, Stephen, if you want to, if your intention is to simply for parcel 7BR-1, 7BR-2, that, maintaining the existing zoning and remove the RA or change the RA in the southern corners
Correct,
to R2,
correct. That's it, yeah.
right? Just so that it's just capturing the RA and not this piece.
Right, not affecting the, right.
So you wanna state that as a motion on?
Do we have a second?
Let Charles do it. Do you have it?
I'd make it simpler, I would just say, I make a motion that we accept the applicant's proposal, zoning those two small slivers to R2. That's what we're doing,
But that's not what this says.
That's that's what the applicant's asking for, we're just.
Perfect, yes, that's not what that says.
That's what I'm trying not to make it complicated, right?
So my concern is that the application is for, so if I were to look again on this parcel, how many acres is going to come up here? 80.63, which is, if you look on your cheat sheet, that is the entire property, and the request is for R2 or R5. And so, again, that's why what I'm hearing you all say is that you don't want the entire property, the entire 80.6 acres to go to R2 or R5. Right, so,
I can try it again.
yeah,
Yeah,
All right, for the last time. I move that we accept the change in the south portion of the property from RA to R2 in that one southwest to northeast sliver and northwest to southeast sliver. And the other inconsistencies remain as is as open space. That's split zone for the remainder of it, right?
There we go. That's good, I like it, split zone.
yeah.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Move to a vote. All in favor? Okay.
And Delva?
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposed?
Okay. And,
Any extension?
okay. Okay. All right, I do want to thank you all for bearing with us as we progress through that. It can be a little tricky with not only, a PUD, zoning from, that was hand drawn at a certain point and walking through that. So again, thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
Mark, did we cover this sheet open space?
Yeah, there was no change to that one.
Okay, just a thumbs up.
We looked at those two together. Mhm. Okay,
Next up.
okay. Maryland Bridge. I'd say give you a break, but.
We're getting there.
Okay, so if you remember, we left off at, roughly Wall Chapel Road. And again, when you're looking at this map, if you do see, a color, a solid color, that's where a recommended change for your application is. So really, this is Wall Chapel Road. This is just a change, consistency change.
Mark, I actually have one question, going back to Two Rivers, there was was it there was a MZD, multi-zone district or whatever, that was like in the middle,
Oh.
thank you. My brain's.
Wild
today.
mustard,
That's today.
yeah,
Did we need to address that one at all?
but you all did.
There's a gaming consensus to maintain Arctic.
Yeah, I just didn't know, I thought we were coming back to Two Rivers as a whole, so we
Oh.
technically already took care of that one and we're good.
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to double. check
Now,
on that.
again, y'all are welcome to make any other recommendations, within this area. But again, I think for the most part, everything else, the zoning does snap to parcel lines.
Did we have a reasoning for that, or no? It was just a homeowner who,
Oh, for wild mustard?
yes.
What was?
Wild mushroom? Wild mushroom?
Yes.
I just have consensus, it says OPZ, because they requested an NXT.
What was their justification?
They said they didn't know their zoning, and I assumed that they didn't know what they were requesting or understood the application process, because they are dead almost the center of the community.
Okay, so everything has been cleared up of that applicant and they understand.
Yeah, it's right there. This one.
Okay, sorry to go back,
Sure.
but I thought that.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go along Maryland 3 North. And we left off at Wall Chapel. Showing you the existing zoning here, there's just this, one sort of leg of R1 amongst R5, C1.
Is that in our cheat sheet?
This is not in your cheat sheet, I'm just,
Okay.
I'm just sort of getting you all warmed up to, again, reminding you all some of the colors that you're seeing here, between some of the transparencies and the solid colors, so. Again, when I put that on, you'd see that that is a change.
It's just clerical change, right?
It's, yeah, exactly, it's just recognizing the surrounding character and bringing that up to an R5, I believe. Or,
What's the next two?
to the north, it's a EGD.
It's an ATV car.
The commercial property, C1, is that one?
Okay, that was that.
Oh, that's-
station.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, to the north. Okay, so the first one that we can tackle here is Gambrel's 12. So this is now on your cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Okay, so 846 and 468 Maryland 3. The current zoning is C2. This is the existing zoning, and the request.
Could you zoom out just a little bit?
Sure.
Where
Yeah.
are we?
So Wall Chapel Road is here to the
Oh.
south, Maryland Street coming north. Nighthawk just to the north as well, adjacent to the property.
Is that the project already being,
Part of it is, yeah,
already being developed?
it is, yeah, part of it to the northern part here.
Yeah,
Wait,
Come on, right.
no, wait,
Can you,
you're right there.
right there.
Yeah.
It's very pretty.
And just before the traffic light, aren't you? You go to the traffic light.
Right before it's, like,
Yeah, right before the traffic light, yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Nighthawk is here.
okay,
correct.
You want to change it to what?
So their request is MXDN
Yeah, I was-
or MXDS. And
And it looks like there's a stormwater management plan in the third parcel.
I can go back to, I was just gonna bring up the new MXD zones. And
For the entire project area, they want to.
correct, to MXDN, a mixed use neighborhood, or MXDS suburban. I was just gonna bring up then, the
Differences.
yeah, exactly. So coming down here to our bulk regulations. And again, is the bill was recently adopted. So folks are still just getting used to our mixed use zoning districts, but again, the request is for MXDN or MXDS. And so here's the first line is the maximum density as well as building height.
And it's almost half the height of that.
So 15 units,
She's recommending that.
recommending 10. And this is a situation where we are looking at, again, the surrounding area, and again, coincidentally, Nighthawk came in with an application as well for MXN and MXDN and MXDS as well. And so we're recommending MXDN for that property as well. There could be some continuity amongst between the two properties.
So that means they could convert Nighthawk to mixed use?
Yep, so bringing this back up. And again, our recommendation is 15 units per acre. And now with the mixed use district, you do have to just include, or you have to have a mix of uses obviously on the site. There are no more percentages of a ratio of the different uses. It's just 2 uses or more.
How do they justify this change?
Again, in their justification, they just say a mixed use project to include housing and commercial.
So this is the big difference between the two MXs, that one allows 8 stories and the other allows 15. Yeah. That's the big difference.
And the density.
What's the difference in density
15 to 22 units per acre.
between 15 and 20?
And within the zone code, within C2, Lindsay, having to know offhand, the density for C2.
22 grade.
Conditional use. So in C2, 22 units per acre, but 50% of the floor area would need to have commercial use. So in a way, they are mixed use already. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say, under the current C2, because it's not in some is
22 units.
You might point out too, Mark, another substantial difference between the two districts, other than just the density of already allowable uses.
Mhm.
It's as so allows a much broader range of sort of what we consider light industrial uses as compared to the mixed data. So you might not factor that into your vision for the city.
What is currently on that piece of property?
On on Nighthawk.
That, yeah, that piece, is that just where their, foot golf is?
Yep, they got the mini golf, the driving range, some batting cages and a pitch
And
and,
the rest of the course is in green. That's the, Dairy Farm.
yeah, Dairy Farm is the.
Oh, that's their entire lot. Not,
Yeah,
that looks more compared to everything. we've done. So,
Really just driving into all nine.
Okay,
So-
what's the county representation?
MXDN.
Oh, it is, okay.
Why do you report change the zone?
Change the zoning, so again, this is one of those situations where. The current zoning would allow 22 units per acre if they were to develop, and provide that, what I say, 50% commercial.
Yeah.
Yep, so in a way, this would be, a downside going to 15 units per acre.
Right.
But again, you do have, I don't know what the main seats, I could go back to that, if you like. You know, there may be some trade-offs as far as height limit. As well, and Lynn had mentioned the different uses.
What's the height limitation on the C1
It's a secret.
or C2?
So C2,
60?
height limitation, uh,
70.
so I guess a max could be 72.
Okay.
Right, there might be,
His max height is 64.
yeah, excellent.
Right.
And that's taller than Henderson 72.
We'll go back. So MXDN is slightly taller, yeah. Sam also reminded me that during Plan 2040, the planned land use is mixed use, so. Even despite the application, office planning and zoning would have recommended a mixed use zoning district for this as well. From Watchapel North to, yeah, to 175. Well, that's on the,
Yes, it's this side for putting
the trail.
Right. Make a motion.
Feeling good?
Are we going to nod now or?
If it's obvious, are you all thinking of recommending MXD and N?
Per your recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look around.
No, you just look for nine.
Okay, Jill, yeah, traveling.
8 something to 15 students.
Okay,
Right.
consensus on Gamble's 12 to MXDN. And again, can I interpret that as Nighthawk?
Yes.
That's Gamble's 11 as well. So that was. 11. Okay. And again, I'm gonna just kind of move slowly here because you all have the opportunity to make any additional recommendations outside of owner applications and what OPZ staff has recommended as well.
Are we
So,
snapping any of the like, well, I guess it's very hard. Well, yeah, we're cleaning up all of the C4, right?
I mean, is there been any analysis?
yeah, so that parcel, the Nighthawk parcel does include the median as well. That's,
Mark, as you move north, I don't know when the
introduce this, but the one thing I talked about before, you know, I'm like, I'm not talking about the dairy farms or making relax, but the birthplace of Hopkins, that's 13 acres, right in the middle of Arundel. I don't know if it's been sold yet, but it was for sale for $1 million.
Mhm.
That seems like that should be converted to something. I mean, I don't wanna take away anybody's rights, but it just seems like it's an odd thing to have somebody demo the house and not convert it to open space or something, I don't know.
Is it privately owned? Is it
It's
privately
privately
owned?
owned, because I took a bunch of clients there that wanted to buy it. Listed for $1 million, 13 acres, the house was a disaster, but it needs about $5 million worth of renovation, but it's just such an odd place to. It seems like we should think about it, or you guys can tell me, you know, when you talk about it, I'm okay with that too, but it's just an odd thing in the middle of property, not to think about it.
What is it, are they doing?
I think it's R1. Yeah, and there's, looks like a small sliver of, is this R5 on the west that we're just cleaning up.
We already get voted on that, there. Use that one.
Does the county have any interest in it, you know, what's? I mean, it seems like it'd be a great place for soccer field.
Not that I'm aware of. It's
I'm willing to leave it alone, it just seems like an odd thing.
It would be spot zoning to change it to,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, unless you were change it to an adjacent,
Which would be an intensification.
yeah,
Yeah.
to go to R5.
Yeah.
Which would increase, or, yeah.
That would
the-
increase the number of houses we can go at.
I feel like R1 is the spirit of the area, right?
Yeah. Alright, we can move on, I just,
If somebody wanted to come and do, I don't know, buy and do a wedding venue there or something of that nature, would that be? Wasn't it a brewery? Weren't they doing like some brewery thing?
they did outdoor brewery things where they set up all these tents and people would go drink
Yeah.
and first thirsty. But it was just the one-offs, right, it wasn't,
I guess,
nothing was converted here.
can you do those uses in R1?
You get it first.
No, that would be like a small business. Lynn, are you looking?
I think the current order is for fundraisers, that's what we're doing.
Like in R1, you can't do a wedding venue, can you?
Let me check, there might be some use.
Can you do it first or not?
You can do a church, yeah, pretty much any district.
Yeah, you can do
I'm just wondering if that's actually more, to your point, I was like, the church,
Not necessarily.
small business.
Yeah, I mean, you could put 13 homes there, I mean, if they could get a subdivision for the county, it would take around 20 years. I don't wanna distract them, but it's just something I think about when I drive by, because it's such a unique, it's kind of like the dairy farm, would be, it's a unique piece of property.
Well, if the owner's not requesting it, maybe leave it as it is, and
Yeah,
keep on going, what request to do that.
yeah, you just wanna make that colorful correction, right, Mark?
That just on the west side of the property.
That's that property, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next up is, and again, feel free to shout out if you're, wanna talk about any of these other properties that don't have a dotted line around them.
Yeah, 13.
So otherwise, Gamble's 13 is up next. The owner requested C4. It's currently zoned C2, and OPZ's recommendation is to maintain it at C2. It's currently undeveloped.
Agreed.
C2 sign doesn't have to be a car dealership. People.
Is that the one that floods all the time? Or is that closer?
So there's a pretty, like the hydrological features, you see the flooding between that property and the storage, you'll see it when you drive by.
Yeah.
Or that, I don't think it's the whole property, but there's some significant, from what I can see, are
Significant flooding in that
Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Those are the flooding on people.
to the north, right? The purple here is C4.
Nora,
Mhm.
is it safe to assume that the build out of Route 3 with all this C2 and commercial development has been factored in terms of traffic on Route 3 and the impacts?
It's suggesting
That the
which,
capacity to handle additional commercial development in terms of.
they would have, the applicant, when they develop the property, would have to, produce a traffic impact statement.
But I mean, when you do the zoning plan, you must anticipate the traffic impacts to the existing road.
We work with our office transportation, but in this case, this is Maryland 3, this is the state.
So do we know that the Route 3 has additional capacity for traffic? The traffic load?
I mean, have we reached out to state? Again, it is limited by,
We did with the planned land use,
Yeah.
and that was that other things too. And then their determination was what we were proposing on the land use map did not significantly change traffic in the area based on what was already built and what was already planned.
So do you guys reassess that periodically to ensure your assumptions are meet reality?
So we would do it again, with the next general development plan update.
I'm just wondering if you did it for this journey.
We did, that's what it,
Not for 2040. Just seems like a.
Adopt the recommendation of PD.
so again, just a recommendation, adopted.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to,
Support the record. Can we say support the recommendation of?
sure.
Okay. Or do you want to just do head nod or what about us?
You made a
Yeah.
motion, so let's roll with it.
Okay.
We have seconds.
C two? Yeah, C
Yeah.
two, yeah, so, yeah, I second.
Okay, moving to a vote, all in favor?
And 11, and Val. That'll make your vote. I think that's not for aye, okay, so 12, and then
Any opposed?
I was gonna say.
Okay, any abstentions?
okay.
Well, can I just say that, just bring up that the parcel just to the north of this in magenta, so with a reliable trucking, lot,
Yes, for sale.
it's being sold.
Oh, it's been sold.
$22 million. And the rumor across it is, it's been approved for over 300,000 square feet warehouse space. If that's going to be an end zone. Wow, that's the rumor across.
22 million?
Not a lot of money. Big name company handing the deal. You don't deal with mom and pop.
They're giving me, AI data time. Yeah. Because you gotta go back, yes, on the street.
Okay,
Be different than the warehouse thing.
Yeah.
And number 7, Gamble's number 7 here. This is API. Athletic Performance Inc. And the request, or sorry, the current zoning, a lot of it, sort of slivers here of RA, C2, C3, C4. And the recommendation is for C4. And so the current zoning is mostly C2 and request go to C4. And
Who's the owner more?
the owner is
Oh, that the API side. That's for the angle, some, angle.
Oh, that's.
And right,
And they wanted to change just to be more consistent with the area. It worked.
No, I'm more development.
Well, that's also equal, right, 5 2, right?
Yeah, for, indoor.
They would be able to.
so again, continuing as a commercial recreation facility with updates and improvements.
And the one behind it is that C2 behind it is that.
Regency, yeah,
It's secret, yeah.
it's a C, yeah, senior living facility.
Yeah.
Right, and, but again, if you wanna just talk about Gamble 7, the API property first,
Is that the variable color?
Yeah.
it's this rectangle.
Is that, there's an application in for both properties, though, right? Or just one?
So it is, right, Sam, 2 parcels.
Yeah, there's like a little sliver.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Oh, that is number ballpark road, whatever it is, the second person's.
So it's those 2 parcels, just a little sliver here.
so
And
it's surrounded by C4, right?
Correct.
And obviously recommendation is,
C4.
as a parent, I don't have a lot of indoor athletic. Like that, in our option.
where you can go.
Yeah, okay, so maybe I'm looking to approve the application.
I'll second that.
Okay, move to a vote, all in favor, approved?
You can indicate your vote on that as well. Or once we get to Arundel Town Center, I know it's excited about it. I know.
Can't wait. Yeah, you can't see it, but I'm best to see it.
Mark, that was responded nay or yay.
Okay,
Not sure. I was just.
so she may just not be present, that, we can record that as well, so.
So, any,
Abstention,
opposed?
or sorry,
Everybody opposed, any abstentions?
so
No.
how did you vote? I didn't see.
I'll do, abstention.
Okay. Okay, so then, yes, to the rear of the property is the Regency Senior Living Center. And the current zoning, again, due to zoning boundaries not matching to the parcel lines, we have RA, R5, C2, and C3. Their request for MXDN or MXDS. Office Planning and Zoning's recommendation is MXDN. And the idea or the justification behind their request is to redevelop the property into a mixed-use project with different housing types and commercial goods and services. So, again, looking at the property, the building itself is just on a small footprint of the entire site. Yep.
So that
Is it two?
their plan for redevelopment, is that to the detriment of the senior citizens?
Sam, do you remember if the application said if they would raise the building or
So
if they would build around it?
for the section for would you like to the property, just says redevelop the property into a mixed use project with diversity of housing and commercial goods services. I don't know if that includes the parcel that has the structure itself.
Oh, gotcha.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, the residents were exactly.
It's kind of generalized, statement. You develop the maximum.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Why is the parcel like that? Like an island.
Do you have the tax account more on the? Okay. The address that we have is 730, which would register as the building, but
Yeah, the building is, so that's what I was just trying to look at. It doesn't look like the. Regency 530 LLC owns the surrounding area, and then Regency Land Associates owns the lawn.
It was a block property that was outside of the dairy farm, was sold all at one point, years ago, so that's probably why it's like that.
So who submitted the application then? Because there's two tax accounts.
same where it's
They're the same owner.
I think the ads for both tax count were living 7421 and 3217, which is for both the parcels.
So I mean, all these proposals up and down Route 3, they're gonna, move from, to a much higher densities than they currently are.
Yeah.
They're currently some type of commercial with limited, warehouse or, office space. But, with this zoning here, it's gonna be a lot, potentially more dense, 16 units per acre.
I don't, we're going C2 to.
Yeah, MXDN, which we just discussed, which was C2 would get you 22 units per acre, and MXDN is 15 units per acre.
Okay.
So it's more so that you're allowing more uses.
More flexibility.
Yeah,
But I mean, my point, I guess, it's gonna result in increasingly dense property use along Route 3 with the traffic and all that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, it should go to that, to balance.
I agree.
It could, however, though, if now you're requiring a mix of uses, then you could have again, whether it's horizontally mixed use where you have an apartment building just by itself and a store over here, or whether the store is underneath the building, these developers may be able to provide a service or goods or services that would not require somebody to necessarily get in a car and drive, right? So I'm not gonna say if there's another chicken restaurant, but if they were right there,
hey,
you just go
what ones do
downstairs.
not have?
You just go downstairs and get your chicken sandwich versus getting in your car and driving to Slim
Yeah.
Chicken or something. So, again, now that you're requiring a mix of uses, there is now that potential, again, just saying a bit.
Because there's a lot of bodies in there, that it's pedestrian. But, yeah, at least that's in the description, but it is. I love pedestrian connectivity for,
Yeah, so we should have a brief description and we put it in. So MXDN, variety of residential, compact community, up to 8 stories, retail employment. Yeah, is that what you're quoting that house? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Mark, is that the affordable I'm sorry, it was passed.
No, this is the mixed use bill.
That's been enacted.
It,
Pending.
no, it has been adopted and it is, should be effective.
Yeah, the bill number.
Yeah, so, right.
Yeah,
February
several months ago. Yeah.
Okay.
I think mixed use gets us a better something than C2, personally.
We should be talking about this also with, request 8, right, which is the adjacent Alpha Garden Annex.
So just to the north, correct, is, Gamble's 8. And same idea is they've requested MXDS, which is just a slightly more intense zoning district than MXDN. But the Office of Planning and Zoning, we're recommending MXDN, still that neighborhood type of mixed use at 15 units per acre.
That's the lower.
It's what we've been recommending.
Right.
Through that,
That makes it here.
Yeah.
Significant.
What's the current zone?
Current zoning is R5, C2, and C4.
Secret.
On that, the parcel.
Current zoning?
Number?
Is this
Oh, it's
secret?
all-
Next up here.
Yeah,
The secret and front here.
The redevelopment, would you rather not see an Empire Tower?
I mean, that is the, I just want to echo the point that Charles made about increased development and traffic going into the, unfortunately, we're kind of making choices between different kinds of commercial mixed-use development. We're not going in the other direction, the less density, less value.
But I will say, to counter that, this is where you want densification along a main thoroughfare versus buried in a neighborhood.
Zoning on property is already it's for part of it, so mixed use, down, down. Yeah, I've heard of it. Just stay as is.
Yeah.
And then the other parcel that we just talked about, just north of it, is at the very headwaters of the Jabez South Fork. Which in 2040 is a special, supposed to be a special protected as a use street class use street, in the county building area.
Is that other one Jill just mentioned?
The light brown, yeah, that one there, that's the very headwaters of the South Fork. For the Japanese. I don't know.
Where does that river fall in there?
Plan 24, it's just the drain, it's in the drainage, it's in the watershed.
Yeah.
But you know, even if the stream wasn't on that property, it's what drains to the stream.
Drainage west.
Drains, whatever you so I'm just curious whether the zoning decisions in Plan 2040 to be in account.
There were no zoning decisions in Plan 2040.
Okay.
And the planned land use, is commercial, but again, is,
Land, yeah.
right, but again, is with this request, again, the request allows Office of Planning and Zoning to then consider whatever they may be requesting for their property, the desire. And so then that allows us to think, well, does mixed use make sense for this site based on their request?
Was this a land use change application in Plan 2040?
Regency was not, Luca 174 for McLean Road was.
Yeah, for this area. Mhm.
What does that mean?
For mixed use.
Did their request for the Luca was mixed use?
Yeah, it was requesting mixed use and adopted the council amendment.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember looking at these properties in 2040.
We have enormous, stormwater issues on the Blue Road into the South Fork of the John as a major road events right now.
Mark, can you turn on the plan, land use and then for the things?
So there. Yeah, so mixed use, this would be an consistency change anyway. To a mixed use zoning district.
Is there a difference in lot coverage? Seems to be correct. It makes people learn next to you. Saying about
Between the, which two zoning districts?
between, was it on that, since you were saying, or, and.
So,
The mixed use zones are usually gonna give themselves a lot more flexibility because they have, member bulk regulations with us compared to the commercial districts. So that's the only thing that you're going to see. I was saying the mixed use districts are, from the developer's perspective, they offer a lot more flexibility. They have pretty minimal bulk requirements, bulk like setbacks, height limitations. Basically the mixed use zones regulated by, I think we went with FAR, did we mark still there with the bill?
what do you want me to?
Keep going. Sorry. I was not in there. That really is.
Whereabouts in?
I'll put out here, it's like, I can't read that.
Okay.
Yeah, so the mixed use district, they have the density limitation, there's building heights, which you guys have been, yeah. And then there's, open area and capacity area requirements, so that's kind of it in terms of the bulk regulations. So it's easier for developer to work with the site than previously studied. There's not a price in development circles.
When you brought the plan, it looked like the baseball field were omitted from the plan, is that?
Correct, yeah, this is under different ownership.
Is that also, request for reason?
So the two requests, in this immediate area are, this property as well as, capture the entire area here, so it's this, tan color as well as the red.
And what's the baseball fields, is that right?
R5.
R5, like, Well, it seems like.
I'm sorry?
Are we on review or are we on that?
So the Regency, their access is on 3, I believe.
Yeah. Says, probably goes back.
Okay, so this right away here, and then, like I said, there is the other applicant is for the remaining sort of land here in that diagonal. So there is access off of the community.
So is that, there's just the two parcels for the, oh, so the rest of it. So
We're recommending, mixed use.
MXDN for both applications, Gamble's 6 and Gamble's 8.
Is there a percentage of open area required for C2? Within zoning?
Percentage of open area.
I noticed that open space, there's open space requirements, 15% within the mixed
Mixed
use.
use.
Are there requirements? I think that might help you.
Maximum coverage by structure and parking 80% of those area.
Yeah. And you won't find that full regulation in the MXDs that Elaine had just mentioned. But as far as open areas,
It said open space
open space,
with 15% was required for.
Typically, that's not required in commercial zoning districts.
So you could, in theory, not have open space at all. Right?
It would be a conditional use, right? Under multi-family.
Well, what else would that open the 20%?
Okay, but typical under like the commercial uses.
Sure, yeah,
would be
development, commercial. food.
I mean, that's under 7, Article 17, right? The amount of open space
It's maximum.
or rec area, that's,
You talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's under 17.
right.
So what the mixed use, the new mixed use just had it integrated in. I saw the chart said open space,
Mhm.
15% required. What I'm getting at is, isn't the mixed use actually better because it's slated to have a certain amount of open space? Yeah, so to me,
What is the commercial do with the other 20%? It's not structure, it's not parking, so. What else could it be but open?
accessory structures, water,
It's not.
Green
Private
area.
structure. Sorry?
stormwater or green area. Just open space can include that, so are they kind of the same thing? Similar.
Could R5, would R5 be allowed for more green space on those parcels, if they were zoned R5 next to the other R5?
But that was down there, R22 or R5.
Right.
You'd also then potentially have homes exiting onto Maryland. Bridge.
Yeah.
I mean, I think part of it is R5 now.
Right,
Part of this R5, C2 is for currently.
right.
So is there hesitation with a recommendation of MXDN?
What
was the request? What was the original?
So for Regency, the request was MXDN or MXDS, and OPZ's recommendation is MXDN.
Right.
Then for the parcels to the north, the request was for MXDS, and Office Planning and Zoning's recommendation was MXDN.
So you're basically. Residential or undeveloped, right? Yeah.
Or the commercial.
Okay.
Well, there's 2 houses on the northern 3, 4 parcels, there's 3 houses over there. Okay, just a clearing. Right, I have taken some photographs that very money chocolate, Arundel, making road, going in private, and across 175 in the south bridge. Or whichever that is, show you all.
So there is no floodplain for those properties.
Can I ask, is your reservation for just the top 2 or is it for all of them?
It's for the 4 parcels primarily, those 4.
Oh, wait.
But not 6. Or,
Six, yeah.
yes, six. So is that your reservation for six as well, or is it just for eight?
The sixth, the one with the.
Yes.
Senior
That's,
center?
yeah.
Was it six? Did we vote on that?
No.
No, I think six goes beyond just those 4 o'clock.
Well, I was just trying to get us a step closer to it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah, and the parcel with the senior center, senior,
Can we agree on that one?
Well, I think no matter what, somebody could make a motion, right? And we
Okay, I'll
could,
make the motion that it goes, or, six go to mixed use then. She can oppose if she's not in agreement with.
I second it.
All in favor? Any-
One, can you do that again?
yeah,
All in favor?
I second it.
I got you. And then in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Did you make a motion?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so 10.
Yeah.
And Dalla, you're online, that you can provide you better. He's here. Aye. Okay, so 11.
any opposed? Any abstentions?
Okay. 11, or sorry, 12 votes. So 12, I think then 12 were in favor.
No, I think you had 11.
I abstain.
One.
Okay, I didn't catch your extension. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that was number 6. Number 7,
8.
or sorry, number 8, thank you. Gamble's 8. Again, do you want to take a vote, or I would recommend taking a vote on this one?
So I move that we, agree with the planning and zoning to change this to MXD enter.
Okay, was that to vote, all in favor? Same thing.
And Alva? Aye. Okay, so 11,
Any opposed,
1 opposed.
any abstentions?
Okay, but moving on to, so again, is before I move on, just want to always give you other opportunity to discuss any other items in this area, because then the next one up for us is Gamble's 10. Sam, that was roughly that one, this one, yeah. Okay, and the current zoning is C2. And the owner requested R1 or RLD because right now it is an existing house.
Well, there's those 2 little houses that are.
Oops, let me get that back one.
That's
So just north here,
Very
Oh,
close
there
to
it
the front.
is.
yeah.
I know,
So again, current zoning C2, they're recommending R1 or RLD. And our recommendation is C2, just again, residential along Maryland
Is
Bridge.
the property north of their C2 also?
Uh,
It looks like,
Yeah.
yes, that's that house one too.
C2 to the north.
So you wanna leave it, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, so. Maybe this, so.
Right, yeah, and another thing to mention, I mentioned this last week too, is, as you can imagine, because our zoning district lines may not always match with our parcel boundaries. The parcel boundaries are not also meant to be a surveyed boundary of all the properties here in the county. So when you do see, maybe another structure straddling the property line, that could be, again, a shift in the parcel line. Or there could be a chance that the property owner may not necessarily know their property line. So again, take the parcel lines, we interpret them as being mostly accurate here. Okay,
So the owner is requesting R1 or RLD.
correct.
What is
residential low density. Yeah, so if you do need some help with the zoning districts, we do have those charts on the table. Yeah.
But he had to be grandfathered in the house there, honestly.
Perfectly fine to have a house there. Right. Yeah. Okay,
I mean, that's
So
gonna
did
be
he
a.
say, did they say why?
spot, though.
just to reflect the existing use. But again, they are perfectly fine having their residential structure as it is.
We just, the whole purpose of not doing the residential is to make sure,
So
It's not a spot,
no, to make sure you don't have reinforce the fact that somebody could have a house off of Route 3. Like residents, a low residential off of Route 3, you want that commercial. To Mark's point about like not having,
But if they're choosing to live there and they bought their house there.
I know, I just mean for like the future and stuff like that.
I mean, they may want residential for tax.
I was gonna say, wait a minute, if this is a private residence, a private owner and a private home. And they are in a C2 zoning. What in the world is their property taxes versus what their property tax would be in R1 or R2?
Yeah, I mean, would
I mean, I wonder-
they could have the tax credit.
It's down to. I know what it said, it's looking at their receipt, but.
So homeowners tax credit application. 2023, homestead application.
So are they? Are they?
And once you get only appraised at 100,000. Or assessed, assessed, 300. So based on the assessment taxes, it's a good point there,
The tax.
I mean, but this happened to us too. What happens is, when they change zoning along Route 3, then the state comes in with the 3 year zoning plan, and then once they raise your property from residential to commercial, then every 3 years, they increase your property tax, because it's based on the commercial rather than residential. So the people either, have to sell that or, fight to maintain a lower, tax.
That should be.
So, I mean, that does happen, I guess, is what I'm saying. And it's for the long-term residents, that's a factor versus for new resident, with over at 3, have a residential dwelling. That's for an old resident, that would be more likely, outcome.
Does anyone have an argument for why we shouldn't just leave them as they are, as they want to be?
Well, they're six too, they're residents.
Well, that's right, they want to change.
But they want
And does anyone have a reason why we shouldn't give them their all?
I mean, they took the time to apply, so.
It's their question, it's their problem.
But it's just for the one, not for both.
What's the zoning behind?
Yeah, this one, I think we're running into like a transparency issue because of the region boundary behind it. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's RA behind it.
Is that landlocked back there?
It's going.
So this is region 6.
Yeah.
Bigger.
So again, the region line or region boundary is this thicker purple line. So property we're discussing is right here, and in region 6, it's RA.
And that goes out to Village Road, it's that.
To the north. Okay. So again, let's have a vote on,
Motion,
yeah, if you wanna,
I'm just doing it. I make a motion that, we honor the owner's request and give them a zoning of RLD.
where are they?
Why are the Darwin?
So the size of this is 0.9 acres, so
They wouldn't fit in our thing.
Well, could they do an RLD or? Does it need to be RLD?
It fits better with our.
yeah,
Yeah, it's RLD.
With a minimum.
and they wouldn't be able to sub,
Can they make that?
and they wouldn't be able to subdivide it either.
All right, then I make a motion that, in regards to this property, honor the owner's request for R11 reason.
Second.
Okay, move that to vote. All in favor? Actually, forgetting to vote again.
Okay. Oh, wait, down,
Now that's fair.
in favor, okay.
Any opposed?
Cool. Okay.
Any abstentions?
Okay. Now, I do want to take this opportunity to also then look at the surrounding properties, which would be similar in character, right? Because again,
Yeah.
if your recommendation is for R1 for just this one property, then let's look at maybe the properties to the north
So
that are also residential.
the property immediately to the north looks like it's owned by the same folks who own the first one behind. Churchview Farm Incorporated.
And are they asking for zoning changes?
They are not, but we would consider something like this a companion change, right? It's sort of that domino where if we're looking at one property, maybe we need to look at the surrounding properties as well, if there's sort of this deviation from the zoning district. So,
Or are they already for similar to like the person who applied, or are they all just paying lots individually?
well, so, you know, full ownership of these four total. So again, we were looking at Tosh Martin, but then
Churchview
three
Farm
others.
is north,
Which one is Churchview, sorry?
the one just to the north of the one that we were just looking at.
Oh, okay, so this one here,
Yeah,
and then these two again are still owned by different property owners. Paul Cheney and Elias Business Building.
Yeah, but if you made a continued change for a live business builder, they're already a business. It's a LLC, but. Would that affect any, because you have a business actually there from the property?
Yeah.
I have a question, even though you just voted on that.
Virtual residential.
Since you brought up the, adjacent properties and companion with every talking about, if the stuff behind it is RA. And the minimum lot size for RA is the same as the minimum lot size for R1 or RLD. Wouldn't it make sense to make the left, what's her name, at the RA, so it agrees with the property being named? And potentially with adjacent property?
Again, it's at 0.9 acres, the better fit is R1, but
I mean, we're not just.
I mean, what's the long-term view of this area? Agriculture,
Not,
general.
Yeah.
Residential, low density residential.
What is it currently?
C2.
Oh, okay, so C2, yeah.
I think. The reason why I was thinking the R1 was okay was because of the whole tax implications.
Right.
And they put forth the application. It could be that they don't necessarily know, but it also could be the fact that they're looking to be factored, right? So, but I don't think I would touch anything else around.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, and just leave these three other residential.
Yeah, because I mean, the farm owns the parcel that has a 5 on it right there, or well, that, but the one immediately to the north, so it's like, and they didn't come and ask for anything, and they have RA behind and the C2. Although that could support a farm store, right, like if they wanted to, so. There could be other reasons for that, or they just didn't know about the application period. We'll see something later.
And the homeowner that we just voted on, should they pass, decide to sell, zoning to match, doesn't seem to be. But there's already, I mean, if someone decides 5 years from now, they wanna ask for rezoning back to two, it would be, so there.
So there are two ways to zone property. One is through this comprehensive zoning process, which we do every 10 years roughly. Then there's administrative zoning, which they would then need to submit an application and meet a set of criteria. So, and that bar,
I don't know.
you know, I personally haven't gone through the administrative zoning process, but is that a high bar based on change of character mistake, which this would certainly not be, because the property owner has requested this to the, right, during this process. And the third criterion.
And generally, it was more difficult to get through some.
Yeah.
Through the administrative process. When it is.
I'm surprised that they're rarely reducing the value of the property.
Right.
Because C2's great, you could sell it and put a McDonald's there, right, or whatever.
But maybe they don't want to sell it, it's fine.
Oh, I know, I'm just saying that, but they're, whoever inherits it, I agree, I mean, you never get it back to C2 is what they're saying. Right?
I agree, never, never. Like, it's
Yeah, but
For plain 20.
difficult, that's.
Keep in mind, this is also a recommendation to the planning advisory board, and they're going to have the same discussion too, because this will be spot zoning, and then
What's wrong?
We all.
it'll probably be C2 come August.
Yeah,
So.
we voted and rolled that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on then to Gamble's 9, unless you have anything else you want to bring up between this next one. Let's bring everything back on. This property here, and we'll bring up this Gamble's 9. Again, 1 acre property currently zoned C3. The request is just to go up 1 point more intensity, essentially to C4. Office planning and zoning's recommendation is to maintain the C3, given the surrounding area here.
Is that the one next to Primrose School?
Yeah, to this, it's just to the south.
That is where the school is?
Sorry, to the south of the
Next.
property that we're talking about is to the south.
There's nothing on there.
It's really,
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
It's currently vacant.
And in their request, it says they better suited to accommodate learner, scale water oriented.
yes.
Wait, so. This is the right property, right? Are they looking to relocate their stuff then? Does this person have
So it would
own
be,
another property?
it's this one to the south of the school.
Yeah, but do they own another property in the area? Like, why would the justification be that it's better suited?
Alright. The.
And our C4 is right under the C3.
Yes.
Yeah, they're asking, they're stating that the property is better suited to accommodate large scale, auto oriented retail and service businesses.
It just,
why they're asking for speed.
I get that, but it just seems strange, like, they're not, like, where are they going from? Like, it seems like they're moving their business from somewhere, so that's all I was getting at.
C4 is just, it's always more valuable than C3.
Yeah, yeah.
So. They
I
might
was
not
just-
even have a plan.
I was just clicking around on neighboring parcels to see if the individual owns anything else close by. To understand if there was a potential. They own it.
Sending us any recommendations, name alone. I mean,
Yeah, just make the
Keep
point.
it as C3.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything else is
Okay.
okay.
I just want to make the point for the record, Mark, that there's approximately almost half of this property is in the 300-foot buffer of the Janice branch. Which according to the county's plan 2040 is a special resource in need of protection. And the Department of Public Works Ecological Assessment Division recommended in 2007 that impervious surfaces in this watershed be capped in order to prevent the stream from exceeding its designated use class under NDU regulations. And that was in 2007. Yeah. Right, so there's the.
Okay, so,
Well, that's not really a stream there, that's a ditch. Since that's my property, I mean, that's a ditch, that's not a stream.
It was a
What?
stream.
It's
Yeah.
never been a stream, my life, never. When after a rainstorm, there's rain in the ditch, but the stream itself is further down on the other side of, not, 97, 32.
I walked that ditch, which it was a stream and then it was ditched. And even the federal streams that have water in them part of the time, this stream has water in it most of the time. Are to be protected as well equally, as the perennial streams, according to the county's ecological assessments division recommendations.
If we're leaving them alone.
Yep.
Then that might be
so anything else, zoned commercial here in the Maryland 3 corridor before we move on to, some of the, rural areas here to along Maryland 175? No, okay. Okay, so the next property, let me zoom out here just to give us a little context and regroup. On C3, we were looking around and everybody seemed to be in agreement, yeah. So from the previous meeting, we knocked out everything to the east of Maryland 3. We've since now covered all of the Maryland 3 corridor. We've tackled 2 rivers, the Woodwardville area, and that now gets us up to the dairy farm area and this, rural zoning along Maryland 175. We'll then move along the Maryland 175 corridor over to the Odenton Town Center and just finish up in Piney Orchard where we just have 1 application. Okay. So, ready to tackle this Maryland 175 corridor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay, so the first application is along Maryland 175 on the south side. And this is Gamble's 5. Address is 754 Annapolis Road, approximately 6.8 acres. Currently zoned RLD. And the planned land use is rural. And there is no sewer service, correct? In this.
Yeah,
Let's turn that on.
your land?
yeah, it's my,
That we can,
I think I'm supposed to identify it, whatever you all said.
So this is your application?
What's that?
This is your application?
Yes.
Okay.
make it R20, so like.
So-
16-story building.
So again, the request is for R1 for R2. I'll go back here for this property here. And OPZ's recommendation is to maintain the existing zoning of RLB.
We can do whatever we have to.
Any discussion on this application, Gamble's 5?
Did you bolt to the, this is.
Can I let it say that to it?
Yeah.
I can read it for you. It says, concerns ancestral homestead and property for families and those adult children can inherit this property and each have an attached residence.
There's a house on there.
Yeah, there's one house there, and there's 2 kids, that how can that be divided? Children have property.
Do it equally, right? Because you love your kids both equally or something.
Yeah.
Always happens.
So,
This is a typical problem of RLD properties, that you can only have one residence for a certain amount of acreage. But it's a different criteria for R1 and R2 properties. And then within the various zoning classifications, there's also mention of 40,000 square feet. So there's a lot more than 40,000 square feet. So that criteria is met for, property size 6.8 acres. Is what's the problem.
so, as I recall from my notes, the public sewer is recommended starting with R1. Correct?
Sorry, say that again.
That's all I'm not. Public sewer is recommended zone R1.
What's the zoning across the street, you don't know?
Further south is R. Yeah. So again, looking at this property in comprehensively,
So it's all relatives, all relative on one side of the road. It's the dairy farm, heavy commercial on the other side.
So the neighboring parcels are RA or RLD, which,
the darker green is the RLD
Yeah,
and the,
and the purple is, heavy commercial, there's several businesses.
Is there any reason why we wouldn't bump some R1 together due to the size of the parcels?
You mean add more parcels to recommend more R1?
Yeah,
You can.
I'm just looking at the size, and like where it's located.
well,
I don't know if there's sewer close.
because of, the sewer situation, and because they're not asking. Like, I have a property that's RA, I don't want you to come to me and say, well, we want to rezone to R1.
No, I respect that, but I'm also thinking like how OPZ tries to look at things and not spot zone, right? It's kind of similar conversation we had on Route 3, so. And also taking into account what was just said about the fact that there's family property and they're starting to turn things over, and it seemed like potentially that was a little bit of the nature of the area as well. Of adjacent properties, so is it worth assuming that like, hey, there might be sewer there, is it more appropriate to do R1 in that zone?
Not to the right,
Hmm?
if they're not asking.
Well, they're gonna get sent an application and they can say they don't wanna do it, right?
It's not a final decision.
Yeah, it's not, we're just sending recommendations along.
Yeah.
I was just gonna look to see where the sewer mains are. I'm just refreshing.
Are you on well water, Chuck?
What's that?
Are you on well water?
Yeah, with well water and, septic system, everything around here is mile, couple miles.
Okay, but the houses to the north of you, that's all on sewer lines and water.
No,
No.
Really, all those
no,
small lots?
that's the, reserve and Severn Run, those are all, septic, well, septic
Oh, really?
systems also. And that's all right in the J there.
Wow.
Those are all constructed there, right in the critical area.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's bogged down.
So then, to my point then, because there's no, like, is there,
That's the mean, so you're currently in rural service in that area, there's no sewer. The section of 3 is planned, all the mains are along Wall Chapel.
okay,
Near
so
Wall
it's
Chapel.
south basically. So where does the sewer, so to promote our future conversations as we like move west, where does sewer pick up?
Post office.
Yeah,
Okay, so we've got like a mile down the road.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
Down 175. Where the high school.
This kind of goes back to our evergreen discussion, right? When we talked about evergreen, we wanted to group it all the same or not group it all the
Yeah.
same. And I forgot what we ended up doing. You didn't do what I wanted to do, I remember that. To make it all R1, I think.
Right.
You never got those to do R1, so I know what you're saying, Christine, is, hey, if we're gonna make that R1, you want to make the whole big thing?
yeah, but there's no sewer there, so
Oh, there's-
it doesn't look like there's going to be in the future.
Yeah, but you can still put well and septic on R1, it's just, what the county doesn't like them.
see there's no zoning classifications much between R1 and RLD. And there's a lot of,
Right.
1 house per acre versus 1 house per 5 acres. There's a bunch of gray areas in that categorization that creates these situations.
Because when we talked about evergreen and we wanted to make it all R1, county said they would propose putting well and putting water and sewage back there, but if they didn't, they could still drill wells. So you can do well and septic on R1, the county just doesn't want to do that. Because you still have 40,000 square feet. If I'm saying that wrong perfectly, but I thought that's what you guys said with evergreen, that you could put well and septic on R1. Even though you don't like it,
I do recall that
you
the
could.
county is trying to reduce the number of septic.
I know they're trying to reduce it, I'm just saying that, if I went to them today, and at least what I heard from them back there.
So if you wanted to propose R1 for the area. This,
I'm looking at what, like Charles. Or the applicant saying, hey, there's nothing between R1 and RLD, so I have, the default for me is R1. The county says they're allowed well and septic on R1. I don't think that should be a discriminating factor for us, even though it's not what the county wants to do. I'm just talking out loud. I
Well,
think we
he's got a pretty point, the RLD has 6.8 acres. You can have 1 house there at the RLD, but, you can accommodate more than that number of houses, 2 acres, septic system, or whatever your other requirements are, so there's some between R1 and RLD, there's some ambiguity.
Some zoning is
Yeah.
I don't have a position, I'm just trying to explain the situation. And the rest of his family is gonna do that, the rest of the life, I'm just joking, but.
And the alternative is you could just get out, move it and sell it to the biggest developer, and then you'll just have another big house developed, but what you have now is an undeveloped area that's been not developed by choice. And but that can't go through generations by the way it's structured, so. Can't.
Well, do we want to vote? Does everybody understand the situation? That's the vote. That's.
So I was just gonna mention too, this is the preserve, right? Right here. And there is one other application sort of in this immediate area, and it's up here. This is just on your cheat sheet. Should be the next page. Gamble's 292 Charles Hall Drive. 3.8 acres, currently zoned RLD, looking for R1 as well. And during Plan 2040, this one property had a planned land use change to low density residential, so an R1 would be consistent with that planned land use.
So OPB did not recommend for that. That got changed by the county council.
Correct, because there was a land use change application at that during Plan 2040.
So what was OPC's recommendation then?
To maintain.
The rural and agricultural plan land.
And that is the important drainage of the south.
But the council member kind of spoke loud and clear that she supported this ultimately getting upzoned during the pardon.
No, I think it's.
Pardon?
Christie's not on the council line.
Well,
No,
right, but
Well, but and the other thing that has happened is we did get redistricted after the census. And so the lines are a little bit different, but I think it's possible that you could expect the council person in the district to be sympathetic. And your name is Charles, right?
Yes.
Okay. So even if this goes through with a recommendation not to change it, he has the ability to apply again at county council to ask for the rezoning.
Good, Amanda, right?
Pardon?
It's in Amanda.
This is in Miss Fever's district now.
Why does that not say R1?
right here.
Question.
Yeah, what color is R1?
That is.
Oh, that is an R1 right now.
Yeah, existing zoning.
Yeah. Oh, it's a split zone property.
Right, but
And
I don't know where that can explain that.
Yeah, and this is what will happen, so maybe your thought of an R1. I don't know, we'll end up, this area will be chopped up. And as you can see, a lot of those parcels are already a little, like smaller.
Yeah, and like, why is the preserve, why are we not doing anything with that?
It's already.
It's RLD's already.
Oh, is it already?
It was what a consolidation block.
Yeah, it was a consolidation of lots.
Yeah, that was in the Carroll Harbor where every house was on 5 or 6 little 25-acre lots. That area was platted to be a town for the railroad workers, where they're gonna run the railroad track through there, so it's a company town. And then all those lots got sold off in Carroll Harbor over 20 years by Baldwin. He bought all those little lots and then he consolidated them and then got 40,000 square feet and then he built a subdivision. So each lot's on 40,000 square feet.
So again, sort of what I'm hearing, right, is looking at preserve, looking at the potential of these lots potentially being R1 and taking into consideration the additional owner application up here, Gamble's 4. Is there an interest in looking at this entire area? Anything that may not necessarily be or sorry, any properties that may be owned by the county or designated as floodplain, maintain those as open space or RLD. And based on the size of these properties here along Charles Holt and in the preserve, looking at this comprehensively.
I didn't understand how they got to divide all that up even though it's ROV. It was divided up in 1920, it was platted in 1920 to be a company town for the railroad.
So prior to zoning.
Our zone came in.
Once it was prior zoning platted, you could keep that zoning, and I mean, that's the way it works, so that's how they were able to develop it.
There's like 5 lots on the one side that are owned by Andrew Powell. No.
But all around the reserve is state conservation area, so all that area that you see the trees in is already protected. It goes all the way down to the creek bed and all the way back to Dykus Mill Road. So all that state conservation area, there's 100 acres around PSR, Preserve 7 Run. That's all state conservation and can't be touched.
So why is that not open space?
Where it's like that.
I see the preserve at Severn Run, let's see, it's actually, I think I'm clicking on about that same.
If Mark turns on the consistency there should be a recommendation for those to go to OS. Yeah.
Yeah,
So the
okay.
third range is
There we go.
recommending that dedicated conservation area to go to OS.
Just having a hard time getting this thing to build there.
They protect the fish. There's some fish that go through that stream bed back there.
You don't have to work.
So there's still two pieces of the area.
So I have a question, because we talked about this last time, if we switch this to R1, does it put it on the county's radar to then consider sewer service? When they,
So
because I thought we
we
kind
would
of,
have to have a conversation with Department of Public Works and whether or not that's feasible. I mean,
because it's also close to the job as, and would it be better to have?
it would be better to not densely develop these parcels. There's only one house on each of these parcels. Septic is not great, I grant you, but the forest cover is critical. We would use that, and we would introduce impervious surfaces, so those would be worse.
The preserve can't be further subdivided, correct? I think the only subdivision potential maybe on this property, like I said, which was over 3.8 acres.
That's subdivision here.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is just sort of looking more generally of the entire area. For example, clicking on this property. Yeah, right, they're all sort of within an acre or so.
And that's kind of where I was going with this R1. is
Property
because
size, so 59,000 square feet, so.
They're not really big enough to put, like, why not do R1 is what I'm trying to understand.
You know, it would trigger, write a letter to the property owners. Who could then during the public review, come back to the Office of Planning and Zoning and say, no, we want to keep the existing zoning, or, hey, actually, yeah, R1 sounds good. Right, and we would bring that information back to you for the August meeting. So again, in our previous rounds, we have had SACs, again, just try an idea of zoning to see if property owners would be supportive of that. Maybe because they don't know about this process.
Or they don't understand, so.
Sure, yeah.
Mark, can you shade the area that we may be considering turning to R1?
You know, I would leave that up.
Let's circle it with your maps or something.
So far, we've really just been talking about and the area east of the corn maze here, right? So it's been kind of the preserve, these parcels to the south of 175, and then up Charles Hall. Now, again, is you could look farther west, and we do have a couple more applications across from each other. Those would be Gambles 2 and Gambles 1.
And they want to go to R1?
So requested zoning for one of the properties, they R5, R10, R15, or XD10.
Wow.
Or, R2. So R2 for this one and a variety of requests for this small. So again, you could look at this entire, green area, not the darker green. You do have one subdivision that is R1 to the north here.
Those lots are so sweet.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you couldn't even develop on them if you wanted to, really. It'd be so weird.
Yeah, and again, in those situations, you may get a couple neighbors that sell together and somebody consolidates the lots, and now it is a little back and forth. So,
You'd be fixing so well.
yeah. So Stephen, to your question, can I circle the area? I think I'd like to hear more from the committee about the extent, since we've just kind of been working in this area here, of whether you want to start with this area, make a recommendation, and then look over here. Again, I think what we said was actually do I have the sewer mains on? And if I turn off,
I mean, I think it makes sense for the preserve. Because how is this any different from the, small little subdivision or cluster of houses, whatever you wanna call it, located by Dunkin' Donuts by Staples Corner? Russell Road, is that what it was? I mean, we bumped that to R1, right?
Because they had public sewer right now.
Oh, they were public sewer, that was the one demarked, but they fit the lot size. Like the house fits the lot size.
But I don't think we have up and up zoning properties that haven't been requested in the zoning change and all of our other discussions. And the public input that we've heard has been to, maintain green space, not increase development density, maintain some level of rural suburban character here. So this just seems like a conversation that is going in the direction that we have not used that approach at this point.
I agree. Why don't we just do the even will ask that our one vote yes for that if we're all in agreement with that. And then why do we need to change all of this?
Wasn't it an OPZ recommendation to change Russell Road?
yes,
That was not a
Is it
applicant.
because it's off the ground?
That was not an applicant.
Yeah, it was not applicant. And I'm strictly throwing this out because we've got one R1, we're gonna have spot zone, but then we have houses that are on small lots, right? So I'm just also thinking of that too.
What is-
Now's the time to prompt the
What is the
discussion.
rest of the areas on, right?
RLD.
So again.
I could be totally like off my rocker here, but like, I'm just thinking of consistency.
As a property owner, what happens to my property taxes if I go from RLD, R1, then what I don't know.
Like what happened is,
No, go ahead.
but in some
I
other
said
cases, what happened is when they bundled a couple parcels together for some consistency changes instead of spot zoning. Folks that didn't want the zoning essentially reached out to OBZ and said, I don't care for this zoning. And they weren't required to move ahead with it, so. Because we have an idea, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're absolutely involved, there's many avenues between now and ultimate zoning or the property could be involved for like plus, it's just not too different.
And I guess that was the second part, that was my question also, is if a property owner resident receives a letter of recommendation for upzoning, are they allowed to say no thank you? Is it at any point forced on them, because everyone else is doing it, you have to do it, when the video on which you let them?
the zoning is adopted by council, so they would, again, as if this recommendation goes or I should say, is council will see the various recommendations by OPZ, SAC, PAB. We,
And a report on what property owners have. Let us know.
Right, well, and to her leader, people are asking.
yeah, so what we, again, we do ask everybody to go to this, SDAT to get an opinion on their own property or any potential change in zoning, but we have also heard that there is a difference between, how, SDAT assesses properties, whether the property owner requests the zoning change or whether the county initiates the change. And again, it also does go back to the subdivision potential on the property. So again, for these properties that are 40,000 square feet and a R1, no subdivision potential. So
Yeah, but I also think like the people that live there chose to live there for septic as well. They didn't choose to, like, my girlfriend thought she had the house built there. She lives right there and she knew that going there that she wasn't going to have, septic, sewer. Yeah, she knew it was gonna be Aurora, yeah. And so I think us making the assumption that we should change it to fit a map. When,
I agree, but it seems like we should, what I'm thinking is we approve both of these for R1 and let the rest of the people decide
And move on, yeah,
if they wanna do it.
because adjacent properties are gonna receive dedication.
Not unless you recommend it, Jacob.
No, but they start building on their property.
They're gonna find out. Or Charles is gonna tell them when he sees the Friday night bar, hey, I got my R1 approval. You guys should do the same thing. I mean, they're all the same,
So again, it's only an approval when council adopts the zoning map,
I'm not
so.
saying it's approved tonight with that recommendation, but, anyways, I'm just saying that. But if we're gonna do that to be consistent, we gotta look back at Evergreen, because we turned all those R1 requests down. So if we're gonna arbitrarily approve these two, then why didn't we approve the ones that have been requested as R1 on everything? I'm just trying to be, if somebody looks at us, are we equitable or not, I'm just trying to make sure we're equitable, right?
I think we would have to look at that in office, right, if we voted on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not
So
saying
you could come back.
we could look at it again in August, I'm just saying that I wanted to just highlight that we should be consistent.
Yes, there's a difference in awful of round three.
Yeah,
There,
around
and-
here, I'm not saying we go back, but I'm just saying that. Yeah,
Mark, I don't know if you all take this into consideration when zoning decisions, but the parcel
Recommendation.
trust recommendations. If that person has steep slopes for most of, for at least half the property, there, greater than 15%.
And so there would be then that requirement to protect as part of the code.
They wouldn't be able to get. I mean, how would that affect how many houses that they put in the property? I mean, it's almost the entire property.
comes out of your text.
What is that?
I mean, it's like if your property's an acre and you have 3/4 acre steep slopes, you can't use the steep slope portion towards your density calculation.
Okay, so just to sort of move things along.
Yeah.
It sounds like you want to tackle just the applications at this point, correct?
Yes.
So for Ambrose 5, which is this property here. Maybe for that to highlight, there you go. Again, what I'm hearing is R1. Let's do a vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Christina, you wanna,
We need,
or ask for a
we need a
motion?
motion, I can't make a
Yeah.
motion.
I move that we, okay, rezoning that property to R1 from RLP.
Okay, do we have a second?
So,
Okay, move it to a vote. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Dal's in favor. 7, okay,
Any opposed?
1, 2, 3. Is that what I've got?
Yeah.
3 are opposed?
I didn't vote. so I
Correct.
You have,
Abstentions.
yeah, you have to abstain.
Right.
Or recuse yourself.
So let's do opposed again. 1, 2, 3.
This 4-4 against,
Same
one.
3, right?
One abstention.
And
Well, technically
No,
recuse.
2 abstention? I don't know.
Aye.
Raise your hand.
so abstain is 2 and 1 recused.
Oh, yeah.
So again, of the votes, 7 out of 10. Okay, because the abstentions don't count as vote here, right? So that would be 70%. So to recommend Gamble's 5 or R1.
So that would pass.
Yeah, Christine,
2/3, right?
we have 13. Yeah, 13 people are in attendance tonight. 2 abstain, 1 recused. Okay. Okay,
We have 13 in attendance, but really we only have 12 that can vote on this.
correct. But 10 that did vote,
Yeah.
so 7 out. Moving on to Gamble's 4, that being his property up here. Looking for a motion.
I'll make a
Any
motion
motion?
that we make it R1.
Okay, R1 for Charlie. Second,
I'll second.
yes.
Okay,
And
alright, we'll move that to vote. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Down in favor as well.
She's in favor, 7. Okay,
Any opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Any abstentions?
1. So that is 13. So 7 out of 12 then, unless anybody is 58%. So R1 did not succeed for Gamble's 4.
So we would have to potentially get a motion for an alternative path, correct?
Or it's recommended stays the same, or
Yeah,
stays as the adopted zone.
we don't need to vote on
Yeah.
the,
Hopefully you can represent.
is it RLD? It's RLD existing, right?
Correct, yes.
So why are people treating them different? I'm just curious, because they're like a quarter of a mile from each other. Is it because Charles is here? Yeah, no, I'm curious, but we don't have to talk about it, I just think it's great.
No, I think it's valid because it's not consistent.
Yeah, it goes back to evergreen, I mean, I'm not saying we have to be consistent everywhere.
I don't know what I can do.
Well, what Charlie's getting at too is when we do have, when you all provide a different or recommend a different zoning, we do need a justification for now.
This would be the nature of the property.
Okay.
This order.
But the thing is, the nature of the property. Where there's zoning, there's multiple layers when you go to develop anything, right? And
Restrictions. Restrictions.
layers being restrictions, right, guardrails, so you've got. Zoning code, conservation areas,
Right.
like the building code.
So, yeah, you gotta see where we're getting.
Voted consistently why they wasn't being turned.
Could it be, as you were saying, that as far as environmental?
Yes.
Environmental, it's very,
Says that it's environmental property.
It could be that they can't even develop it. It could be they change it to R1 and actually can only do one house on it, like
And all these other properties have essentially, as I recall, one house on them. It's just a very sensitive property in the south of the Jebez. It's completely forested, slopes.
That property is more sensitive than the 1/4 mile away.
Yes, I mean, it's adjacent to the stream, it's directly.
The stream that runs behind PSR.
So you could fit, we've already got lots that are smaller than the one there.
So I just want to ask a question about procedure. We vote on things and then we debate them further, just in terms of time management.
Yeah.
Is that, I see, we vote on things and then we debate it.
Yeah.
And then we stay here till really late. Exactly, move on.
I'm just saying.
I think Mark said because the vote.
So
The vote
particularly,
thing, right?
right, we need, so justification. So the justification for, the number here was
The difference in vote is what he's asking about.
5, right? So we need a justification for this one. Because OPZ, again, is, if you were to look at that table that we then share with the planning advisory board and council, OPZ, we have our column with recommended zoning, our justification for that. SAC, you all will have a recommended zoning column and a justification.
I would say you have to justify that one, not the other.
Well, I would say, I oppose both, but I'm more opposed for because of its access. The way Charles Hall Drive goes in Route 3, not unlike right at that speed down where you're going from freeway to non-freeway. And it's also much more proximate to the intersection of two major freeways that get a lot of noise impact. And I just don't think there could be a lot more residential development there. Not sure how much there could be, but I don't think it's a prime location for any more houses because of the access and the noise impacts from the adjacent freeways, where that's different for Gambrel Creek. It has access from 175 potentially, which then goes up to a light at Route 3 and is further away from the freeways and noise impacts and things like that. I would say that could be a potential reasoning why you could treat them differently, but I oppose both.
I kind of, I mean, I abstained from the bottom one and voted no at the top, it's on our difference. But it seemed like, from what I was going to see, that there were more environmental factors and the larger property than there were in the southern property. I agree with that deciding factor for me. But I think between neutral versus.
So, yeah, from the folks that voted yes, right, for R1 on Gamble's 5. Can you provide a justification for our records?
About additional housing.
I probably should have.
And our request. They want.
I think the justification needs to jive with the plan 2040.
Right.
I think the justification needs to be in line with Plan 2040. So if Charles is saying that his justification is to provide another lot for his family, be consistent with the plan, we could say it's in order to provide additional housing.
Oh,
I'm just saying that might be a suggestion.
And it's still keeping with the spirit of RLD,
Right.
the neighboring lots,
Now,
right?
Now,
Recommending R1.
right, that would.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm thinking lot size. Like, really, how many houses can you put on that? It's 3 acres?
No, Gamble's, this is 6.8, so 6 homes potentially.
Yeah,
Well, you need 2 acres for a septic system, right?
Yeah, 10,000 square feet.
Obviously.
So justification. Is it just simply provide additional housing?
Sure.
3 individuals said that, so sure.
Okay. Okay, and we don't need a justification here because the support was RL to maintain RLD. And like I said, is the color showed up wrong.
So we don't need a justification to decline an application? Or not recommend?
Reach consensus, right? I mean, it.
You want to provide that.
Motion fail,
Right.
but because there wasn't consensus, because you had votes in favor.
Mhm. What will go in the column will be SAC's recommendation is RLJ. Which would match what office planning and zoning is recommending for the property, right?
For this property,
Yeah.
when you're recommending RLD,
The color, right?
based on the plan land use change that happened during Plan 2040. Mr. Cole's property,
Is,
I don't think OPZ can recommend RLD there.
Wait, we're not.
the recommendation is R1? Okay. So we have the OPZ recommendation. RLD.
It's already, yeah, it's your first.
Yeah.
That's not.
So, okay,
Yeah, the recommendation, I don't know if that's an error, because that's why it's showing up as RLD.
okay, so I apologize, this, our recommendation is R1. And so with SAC's recommendation differing from office planning and zones, we would need a justification then.
I think the environmental impact would be the thing, because I think it's contradictory to what we just talked about for the other properties.
So, okay, so environmentally sensitive area and not consistent with the character. Okay, anything else for this area? Again, just from Gamble's Road to the east to discuss.
So because the R1 was voted in on 04, we default to accepting the RFP. We don't vote or not as or anything, just
Sorry.
we don't vote for anything, that just happens.
Unless somebody wants to make another motion for another zoning district,
Okay,
but
okay.
I don't. Okay. So then moving along Maryland 175, we do just have a little bit of cleanup on these C1 properties. There is the change here for the dairy farm, or sorry, this is the Formays, but owned by federal government, so for consistency, just making sure that that matches then the zoning of the dairy farm.
That is not on a cheat sheet, is that?
No, it's not. I'm, again, just calling out some of the major differences, right? Okay, the next, zoning application is from the property owner, of the shopping plaza here. Right now, there is just this sliver of, RLP. And, I think this was intentional to, as a measure to protect, this area here, because it does align with the parking lot. And so the idea of office planning and zoning, we agree that, the entire parcel should be C4, or sorry, C3, C3.
What's the, is that the GAI?
This is Campbell's 3.
That's so they can expand their parking,
Sorry,
It's a consistency.
it's just a consistent.
well, it's an owner application. But we would agree that to extend, one zoning district to one property.
So it doesn't, it's just to address limited service parking.
That was the justification of the prior application was the immediate concern would be increasing in parking.
They would expand parking.
That's what the owner has provided.
But does it matter?
But it's current split zone.
Is it because of the? I guess what does,
So our understanding is that they're not able to expand the parking lot because of the zone.
Because of the RLD.
Correct,
Can't have a parking lot, the RLD. So they just wanna make the whole thing C3,
right.
or not C3.
so it's not a consistency thing.
It would have been, yes,
It would have been a consistency thing.
we
Okay,
would have picked it up regardless. Yeah.
okay.
They do stormwater management there, I don't see it.
I think can the OPZ team like note that again, so everybody can hear that this would have been picked up as a consistency.
Yep,
Thanks, Roy.
so again, everybody with us still? So again, it is currently split zoned, between C3 and RLD. Office planning and zoning, you would have seen this as a consistency change to ensure that we have one zoning district for, property unless otherwise noted. But again, the property owner has come in with an application and ready to address that split zoning.
I'm going to be adopting OPP.
We need to make.
Make a motion.
Make a motion. Oh, second.
So let's, hold on, start that over again, Steve.
We accept the OP recommendation to cover the plot, the part of the C.
Okay.
A second.
And
Okay, move to vote. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's Delva.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Any opposed?
Okay, so 12-1, C3. Okay, moving further west. Sorry,
Can we go back to nodding and consent?
Go back to 9. She didn't mean go back to 1, just
No.
like nodding. and voting.
oh, oh, gotta go back to 9, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, so moving along then, we have 2 additional, applications across the street from each other. They are located right here, again, this northern one, a request for R2. And the one to the south here. Request for R5, R10, R15, or NXDN.
Just everything about that.
Right,
That
First crossing road. Also, it says it was.
yeah,
right.
yeah, and this is the, South Shore Trail, right of way as well. So, again, office planning and zoning, we're recommending to maintain the existing zoning of, RLG. Everybody good with RLD for these 2 applications? Okay, looks good.
Yay.
Okay, Dairy Farm, just wanted to touch on that for a second, is, we are just keeping the open space zoning that sort of splits the property and RA for the remaining, area, not recommending any changes there. Okay, anybody want to talk about that any further?
So you don't zone it open space? Is that even?
No.
No.
Sam, what is that federal law? There's something about this.
So when the Navy purchased the property back in like the 20s, the agreement was that it needs to be remain agricultural and rural in nature. And the Navy cannot sell the property. That are the 2 stipulations to purchase. Currently exploring a solar agrivoltaic project. But yeah, must remain rural and agricultural in nature.
So the zoning is to match that for the native.
description.
Yeah, all the consistency changes for the property aside from maintaining the OS is a recommendation to go to RA. Because there's a couple of leadovers from the R5, the R2, I mean, people over that's commercial in front, it all kind of bleeds a little bit for the property itself. But
But they can't develop houses.
not according to that, reading that,
So why not just go to OS?
Cause their OS is not. It's not an agricultural zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not parking.
Right, it's.
But it's not the right.
Yeah, the definition of it is not.
Okay, moving along then, further east, we do hit the Odenton Town Center. So I do want to bring up, one slide here. So the Odenton Town Center, I'm gonna talk about this broad picture first, and then we can get into, a few of the applications. So the Arundel Town Center, they developed a master plan, actually got adopted last year. And zoning was not a part of that process. Zoning had to wait until this region plan process. So that the committee did the work to identify what potential changes or what their recommendations are for you all, the Region 5 SAC, now that we're within the Region 5 comprehensive zoning process. So the recommendations, the differences, or what I said, is the recommended changes are to, again, clean up some of the zoning parcel lines. Currently, this dark blue is OTC-C or Odenton 4, it's the entire area. The idea is that the train station is here, and this is where we want to focus much more of the denser type of development, mixed use development. The idea would be to split the core into two, because there is a difference in character when you cross the railroad tracks across the bridge. When you're staying on the west side, you do have sort of that gridded street network that does lend itself to some redevelopment, since there are some single family homes here, some underutilized properties. When you do cross the tracks, you have a sort of flex space, commercial areas, shopping plaza here, the library, the park is more parking. There are some single family homes here that are really transitioning to townhomes. And then you have the Academy Yard project, which they'd like to do some higher density residential as well as some commercial, so mixed use type of property. They do require maybe some different uses that may not fit well or would be consistent within sort of this more urban type of mixed use area, or what's envisioned to be a urban mixed use area. So that's the reason for splitting the core into these two, east and west. Then there is within the historic district. Right now, we do have an overlay on the two sides of this core historic district. It does sort of straddle the railroad tracks. And especially here along Piney Orchard, you do have some commercial businesses, the Pit Beef, Ace Hardware, Eastern Excavating. And so they don't quite match the more residential historic core here. So again, right now you do have those overlay on both sides. We're recommending to actually just make those two loads a separate zoning district. Adding the WB&A trailhead parcel, which is just a very small piece here, and along Sappington Station Circle, there's a commercial property along the northeast corner that the committee recommended to pull into the Odenton Town Center zoning, and that would become East Odenton Village next. So those are the main changes, or sorry, main recommended changes to zoning. There is just one slight wrinkle, because right now there is only an OTC-C report, and we'd be essentially creating two new zoning districts for the core as well as for the historic district. We're working with our office of law to sort of smooth out that wrinkle. But, on the whole, does this? Yeah. Mhm.
What is the, on the right side, image?
What color? Yeah. In the picture.
Above the right word, yeah. What is
Yeah, so this is the transition. This area is really a continuation of the same property owner to the north of Seven Oaks. And so they actually have a unique agreement, like well, I think it is actually part of the PUD, at least this northern part. But they're also bound by another type of agreement called a developer's rights and responsibilities agreement. That limits them to a certain number of dwelling units. So we kind of give them their own zoning district here to the north, as well as to the south here. We have heard from property owners that wanted to, these are mostly single family homes down here, as well as like a wood basketball court, wood floor type of industrial building or business. So they wanted to maintain this kind of transition and not be moved into the port area.
That is the last remaining clause.
In this thing, yeah.
That right there, yeah.
And it's in a town center, and the property owner has a developer's rights and responsibilities agreement with the county.
And they're vested for a certain number of units.
So there was a committee that was part of the Overton Town Center update that looked at all of this. The Office of Law determined that this wasn't comprehensive enough and it had to be kicked down the road to the Region 5. I mean, we wanted to have it rezoned at the time we were doing all of this updating. But a lot of work went into how the maps are now.
So the Overton small area plan, is that what this, I mean, there's like an Overton small area plan?
This is the Overton Town Center. It was, I think, referenced in the Overton small
That's
area.
old. What's the date on it?
So this is different than the,
It's been updated. I think we're mandated by code to update the Overton Town Center every 5 years. So it's gone through a number of updates since
The small area.
that document you have.
They've been talking about it for at least 30 years.
Right.
I mean, I've been in the area,
Right.
in Odenton, I was in Jessup before, I would drive past the signs and, I mean, it's been 30 years.
So again, looking for consensus, if you're comfortable with it, for the recommended zoning for the Overton Town Center master plan. That was adopted last year.
I think it makes sense to support the town center area.
Seeing some nodding heads. Okay. Okay, so we can go back then to a couple properties that are adjacent to it and within. Because again, I wanted to just give you the big context here before we dive into a couple of specific properties. So the first one is, so the diagonal blue line is the Odenton Town Center zoning. Property here just adjacent on the southern end of Saddington Station Circle. This is Odenton 5, yeah, 480 Higgins Drive. The current zoning is R5, and they're looking to become an Odenton Town Center zoning district, so be folded into the Odenton Town Center, into the East Village mix. Now, the reasoning for properties in this area being part of the Odenton Town Center is because they front on Maryland 175 is up here. This is Odenton Road here. believe this property is the same owner as one of these additional ones. So they would all front on Odenton Road, which is part of the Odenton Town Center, and they're commercial. So, you know, it is a good question of the intent of this property owner is to open a neighborhood bakery.
But is it, I visited this on Google Maps, and it looks like a private residence.
Yeah.
It's not a frontage for a circle
Correct,
or 175.
right, and so that's why it has been omitted from the Odenton Town Center.
Okay, and
Because
it
it is.
also is the road traveled, to use the news.
Yeah,
Shoulder sidewalks only on one side of it, so there's a bit of a squeeze there. And isn't the one right across Shibley's Donut? Yeah.
Shibley's.
Right. So there's a little daycare, and probably a daycare, I think, is right next to the lot that is highlighted.
Right here,
And then it.
That's why he's up there.
that's right.
Yeah. What's it on now?
Yeah, so it's currently zoned R5,
Okay.
so.
Five units per acre, okay.
So is there interest in folding this property into the Odenton Town Center and providing?
Yeah.
No? Okay. So again, seeing a lot of no's.
No.
Okay. So then we'll move forward with some
That was
properties.
your recommendation anyway, right?
Our recommendation is to keep it as.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then moving within the Odenton Town Center is, along Odenton Road, adjacent to the railroad tracks. The property is currently zoned OTCH, which means historic. Because there is a historic home here along the front, but this is also the Ferguson trenching property.
Are you doing, what number are you?
Odenton
Three.
No.
Yeah, we didn't do four.
You didn't do it. Wash Apple?
You wanna wait
Wash
on
Apple,
that?
Road 6 or 7, Wash Apple. Road
Yeah, that corner.
4. Yes.
That one is outside the OTC.
Oh,
It's pretty far removed.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I may have switched that one slide. I did put the disclaimer in, subject to change, right? I'm gonna utilize that right now, as we did change the order. We'll get to that one last here.
Okay, all right, we're doing three then. right?
Okay, so Odenton 3, 1405 Odenton Road. Okay, so they're currently zoned Odenton Historic. Like I said, there is a historic house, that fronts on Odenton Road. But it is also part of, the larger property that is Ferguson Trenching. And the requested zoning is to split zone it as Odenton Historic and Odenton Industrial. The property owner, or sorry, the Office Planning and Zoning in the master plan recommended a split essentially from, I can zoom in here, from this corner, this is the Episcopal Church, I believe, and matching to the corner of this lot, creating that split and allowing this historic house to be subdivided to its own property. The applicant is looking for a different split between Odenton Historic and Odenton Industrial. And I believe it's more of a split that carves off just this property just a little closer to what the house is, to match sort of the fabric of what the other single family homes acreage is.
Is that based on subdivision that they've submitted?
Yes, yes.
We're lost a little bit.
Sorry,
Trying to figure out where we are.
This is the whole behind.
the train station is,
Picture, I don't know where the picture is, bro.
It's behind the 50 church right next to the railroad track. And there's Ferguson French.
Industrial in
Below the screens. Below the purple area of the screen.
Sam, can you, get the Google Drive and find there, some middle post like, yeah.
Right, the parking lots. Okay. Underground pump. This.
Right.
So we'll get the site plan up so that you can see the exact, difference in opinion of where the subdivision and ultimately the zoning district split should occur. Okay, so let's come back to that, while Sam pulls up the site. So moving on to then Odenton 2. This is. No, I gotta pull a couple layers here.
Are these just a bunch of little, I
So
guess
this
they're
is,
the same owners?
yeah, I'm not sure what.
There's like three, usually like there's 3 packs and they're owners.
I'm not sure why that's not coming up here, I mean, what that property map is there? Oh, there it is, okay. So it is this property here, and again, their request is to R2. So this would be carving out just one R2 property within the, Odenton Town Center.
Are you in two? Are you in two now? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
That doesn't look like the. Oh, it is a church. Which church is it?
Tiffany,
Or Tiffany's, yeah.
church.
Oh, okay. On the
Oh, so there's no train.
west side of the train.
I don't actually, yeah.
Never locked.
Yeah, so within the Odenton Town Center section of the code, there is a requirement that if you are in that designated Odenton Town Center, which this is, you're only allowed to choose an Odenton Town Center zoning district. So again, I think this one is pretty straightforward, that
Yeah.
the recommendations should stay as,
Within
the board. Yeah.
Everybody nodding.
Okay.
Were those all like really skinny lots just because it was like from back when the zoning was adopted and
It probably predates zoning.
yes,
Yeah, and if you were to click on each,
there's like, those 4 are one owner.
and they just haven't consolidated their ones.
Or maybe they have, but we don't show them in our GIS.
So that's gonna be true of ODC 1, 2, and 3, right? Is that an option, but to stay with the ODC zoning?
So OTC 1 is interested in OTC industrial. Okay. So that would be an option. Odenton 3, again, they're sticking with the Odenton Town Center zoning districts, so that would still apply. Okay, so Odenton 1 is within the 4.
Right.
And the vision for this area, again, given its proximity to the Odenton train station, is that this is one of those areas that we do anticipate future growth and development, at some type of urban scale.
Industrial.
So industrial, again, for the Odenton Town Center master plan, is not consistent with that vision. So everybody, again, based on the conversation we had, looking at broad picture, everybody comfortable with keeping this property as OTC 4? OTCC? Yes. Okay.
What can core do? Or what can I do, the core can? You know,
What can core do that the industrial can't?
Yeah.
It's uses. So you would find industrial uses within the OTC industrial zoning district.
Isn't it already an industrial lot?
They use it as that, but again, the idea is a transformation of this area to become what you kind of see on the corner here of Town Center Boulevard,
That's Coles.
and that's four, right?
Okay.
Okay. Sam,
I sent you a cheat chat, that's okay.
I don't have that open. I'm gonna stop sharing. Can you share your screen? He's bringing up the site plan for the Ferguson property to better outline the. Mhm. Oh, that we're recommending, yes, this.
Did we concur on 1, 2, and 3?
We,
Recommendation.
we are going back to it.
You're not gonna be able to show it because, oh, unless I go over to the Zoom. Okay, so Sam, if you can share your screen. So I know it's 9:15. We've got this one property and then one in Piney Orchard, and again, there are no significant changes in Piney Orchard, but it's PUD. So just really two properties left to discuss here.
That's all.
Okay, shoot.
Zoom in.
Yeah, can you zoom a
I just
little
want to
bit?
go slow because PDF is very large and it's gonna load a lot of stuff off, but trying to get smooth enough.
Is there a layer PDF, can you print it out? Or it looks like it's a. It depends on how the. It looks exported, but see what it is.
I think we'll be good, it'll be-
Well.
So, let's see, so to get you some orientation here, this is gonna be Odenton Road on your left-hand side, so north is pointing to the left. This is their private road into the property. Going south.
Where's the historic?
So the historic house is up front here,
Oh, I see it.
and you see that they carved off this smaller lot. Ferguson Trench, yeah.
What makes the house historic? Is that the age? It's just the age, it's not significant.
Yeah.
No, I meant like
Right.
significant person or of anything of that nature, it's just the.
Correct. Okay, so can you remember this?
Yeah.
Actually, we can describe it here is what the Office of Planning and Zoning is recommending is the zoning line follow this, where everything to the north or to your left would be OTC H for historic, and then everything to the right of this line would be OTC industrial. They'd like to build a training facility here. Okay. So that's Office of Planning and Zoning's recommendation. That is in agreement with our cultural resources division as well.
So that gives us a greater visual buffer for this.
Correct.
Yeah, because that is part of sort of this historic district. this-
To preserve the
visual-
historic setting.
The view shed. Then the applicant is requesting that only this square is OTCH. And the remaining become OTCI, industrial.
Can. We don't want to split zone, but
We're okay with the split zone in this case.
It's just
But-
different lines than.
But I'm more so thinking of the drive in. Because technically, they could park. Industrial or any sort of box trucks or whatever, dump trucks.
Mhm.
Along the road there, right, along a view shed.
Mhm. Right, and that goes to why the Office Planning and Zoning is recommending that the split occur here, which is what was adopted.
Okay, I
in
missed
the
that,
master
sorry, I
plan.
missed that.
Yeah.
What kind of training facility?
For the work that they do.
Those historic leaders go to
I
history.
know that may not specifically answer your question, but,
It's fine. You're
right,
It's fine. You can see that from the train. It looks like it's like pipe fitting. It's trenching. It is trenching, so they could have like skid steers and stuff, right? Like
which,
in a yard.
yeah, they do park those vehicles,
In the back.
There's a bunch of stuff there now, quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly, so.
So Ferguson wants to extend the industrial park all the way north to the historic house.
just to the square, right?
Yeah.
So right now, the split is, I believe, along BG&E right of way. And our recommendation is to just to connect these two corners.
How big is the lot one?
Do you see a acreage on that?
Proposed lot is, 0.73 acres, 31,000 square feet.
What about the property, their property on the other side of the private road, the other L? Was proposed there.
Yeah, yeah. Let me,
Where do you have it in purple hash?
That was, I think that's a mistake.
yeah, sorry, just disregard that for the moment. So the L-shaped property,
That purple, I meant the purple
Yeah,
shade.
yeah, so disregard the purple, the entire Ferguson property is everything highlighted here. Like I said, it is currently split by, or bisected by a PG&E right of way.
Are they proposing anything for the purple area?
No.
Okay. In a moment ago, we voted, no for another property for industrial within the town. The same.
No, the whole.
This is not part of the core.
They wanted I, and we proposed C, and the whole sign, so this one's split.
So the OTC
Currently,
I is consistent
right now, it's the OTCH.
Sorry, I'm hearing two conversations.
Sorry.
Is the OTCI consistent with the overlay of your town center plan?
Yes, that is one of the zoning districts, and we don't have overlays within the town center, it is just OTC dash. Whatever initial for this as a zoning district.
And currently this not, this is just.
So, I mean, again, just looking at the aerial, you have the house towards the front. And then towards the back is where you.
On your cheat sheet, it simply says current use, contracted yard, existing residential footprint.
Right,
Okay.
so the question is where would the SAC recommend the zoning district line be or follow?
With your recommendation, with OTC.
Okay,
Why does OPC want to split it? What advantage is that?
They're asking to split it. They're asking to split it.
so if I were to put on,
They're actually split it further down.
Right.
They want to make more of the property industrial.
Right.
Yeah. But why don't we want it to be all industrial with the house? Because it's already being used that way.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's forested.
The area that's closer towards the main road up near the historic house really isn't in use. It's not until you cross over that easement that you really get the heavier use of the property.
okay.
So it's a debate between the owner and the county as far as how far up would the industrial zoning go?
Right.
And we felt that it was reasonable to go corner to corner because it does make the setting for the house consistent with what you have for the church. The owner clearly wants to go further, you know, they want to kind of split that top half. They'd like to split it in half, I feel like.
Yeah, even with your recommendation, you're gonna lose Olive Street.
these to this is where they'd like to locate the training center.
Yeah.
Well, and they're still proposing to go further up into that.
with some parking.
Yeah, there's like a drive.
Most of the houses in that area and their lots aren't as big as what the county's proposing. It's like 4 times the size of it. If you go north a little bit, all those houses are tiny lots.
Well, same situation as what we had just described is these would all be the same owner. They just, again, either haven't consolidated or SDOT hasn't updated to illustrate that they've been.
No, but I mean, if you look at the space around each of those houses, it's a lot less than the space around what you guys are moving forward. Right. See, those are pretty small lots, but when you go down to where you guys are drawing the line, you're making it a pretty big lot. See how big that is compared to.
Yeah.
I'm really counting they're small lots, though, because they're all owned by the same owner and.
Well, I get what you're saying, because these were probably for rail workers, right? The houses would not have been large houses, they weren't the owners of the rails that had the houses, and it's not a main arterial, road feeding in.
Even the two houses to the right are on smaller lots than what the county is proposing.
Right.
And-
Well, if it, so you want to go with 203 facing the house. You know.
I think what Charlie's getting at is the lot would have been smaller historically,
Yes.
right? It would not have been that large.
Yeah. Is there any challenge with the proposed parking being located in the historic designation?
It will be reviewed against the historic requirements in the Arundel Town Center.
Cause that might not be so bad,
And
right?
Well, sometimes the historic designation makes it very restrictive, so I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, in terms of look and feel, right? So paving might have to be a certain something.
No, I know the trees. Are there like specimen trees, like old historic trees around his house?
well,
I don't think so.
So we can't see.
and I mean, any specimen trees would need to be protected.
You can't actually see the street view on this thing, I tried earlier.
Oh, to go down the drive?
You just see.
You don't just see the street view at all, I think.
I can see it. If you type in, 1410 Odenton Road.
So this is down the drive a little bit.
Doesn't show the plan.
So
Yeah.
I see it. I see
So,
it. Yeah, this is the
so
house.
this is the drive,
It's just, it's a real,
Maybe I know.
and then once you go back to 2008. So,
that's the house.
this is the house, yeah.
That's not historic.
Yes,
Yes.
Have they repainted it? It used to be blue.
This is from 2008.
Yeah, it was blue in 2010.
okay. Well, we're telling you that this is the historic house that we're talking about on this property. This one right here.
Well, that one, yes, right. The
Yeah.
one to the right of it is the blue house.
Okay,
That one.
Yeah.
okay, so let's take a vote. I sort of do hear a couple different opinions here. So again, office planning and zoning's recommendation is corner to corner. The applicant is requesting the lot that Sam is showing here. So this
Cause they're playing this.
versus this.
Oh, we can't tell, sorry. We're not actually.
About 170 feet.
How many?
170 feet based on the bearing distance on their proposed.
I mean,
Yeah, it's 70s.
Yeah. It looks
So-
like, what's like one of these?
Like 120.
No, because you're on the other side of the street. 150.
100.
And the applicant is requesting,
The sketch plan shows the bearing distance for the proposed lot from the right of way is about 170 feet.
So roughly something like that, yeah.
Does their request for I lead into your historic district zone or where it's all?
That's what we're talking about right now, is where's the line between historic and industrial going to be?
Yeah, this point in.
The point, yeah, the point is already recommended for industrial.
Right, so how far up that goes?
So it's, yeah,
No, I know what.
Okay, so little square is what they're asking for, and where you just put the green line on the county for that.
So-
But where's this line on?
No, if you look up there, it's so much easier to
right,
understand.
so what we're showing here is this is what the applicant is requesting. For this will be subdivided off, and they're requesting that this be the OTC-H. And the remaining parcel, the rest of this sort of, right, triangular piece, and then this, T becomes OTC industrial. Office Planning and Zoning's recommendation, which includes the Cultural Resources Division opinion, is to have the line between the zoning districts be from corner to corner.
And then that house to the right,
And that's
Yeah.
historic as well.
and we went with the applicant, it'd be surrounded, yeah, so it would be like all surrounded by industrial.
So
So parking lot, yeah, the parking lot would take up some of that sort of backyard area. And the training center would be set back behind that notch.
That's where the neighborhood house goes.
What are the triggers if we? What does the historic district do for stuff in general? Like how big are the teeth on the historic district?
It depends on what happens with the building. So if cultural resources wants to place a permanent easement on the building. And the lot itself, the county would ultimately oversee and manage how the cultural resources are managed in that building. So you have to take, that's hard to predict, because it's in the middle of
Yeah.
subdivision now. But to some extent, we have to be mindful of how far we push the line and if we're going to be developed.
So do you think you have enough information to vote?
Yes,
Okay, or make a motion?
I make a motion to, endorse the county's corner to corner recommendation of the CH.
That was Charlie.
I didn't.
Okay, Gordon.
Can I ask for small modification in that, so I can vote with it and say yes? Can you make the line go straight across instead of corner to corner, because when you can do construction, having things at angles are really tough to beat. Because if they want to put a couple parking spaces there, you've now taken that ability away from them. That way they get a little bit, and we get a little bit. You see, that corner to corners, not very.
So it's to include the churches within the view shed,
I
right?
was gonna say.
So,
yeah.
so that's the purpose of the diagonal line.
The diagonal goes what?
So again, I think, let's let's vote on the motion that's on the floor right now. See how that does, and then Charlie can make his motion. Okay. So Alice motion, Corey seconded, and then
We're going to vote.
go into.
Okay, all in favor?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And,
That would leave early.
oh, okay, so we're down to, 12 members. Okay, so 8, and then
Any opposed?
1, 2, 3.
Any abstentions?
So does that add up 12?
12.
8, 12, 6, and 7. Okay.
Okay. 8 out of 11 here is what we're working on. Right, so 73%, so that motion passes. Okay. Okay, so those were the applications and the overview of the Odenton Town Center. Sorry, I need to start sharing again. Okay. You know, this map here, when you're zoomed out, you can see what the differences are, or sorry, where the recommended changes are. And so you can see sort of within this Piney Orchard area, there are not a significant amount. This is just a recommendation, saying this to R10, I think I've got this noted down here. It's not on your sheet, I'm just again calling out.
Are those the townhomes that you're rezoning?
R10, correct, yeah, so R10 would be consistent with that, so that's just a consistency change. Okay, last application, this should be the last property for the evening, is going back to Odenton 4, 607 Wall Road. It's currently zoned R2. The owner requested R5, and just their rationale is more efficient utilization of land and lower residential construction costs. So if I were to put on then the existing zoning, they're, like I said, part of this R2 section, and the applicant is requesting R5. Similar to what you see across the road and to the south and to the east. OPC's recommendation is R5.
Why is OPZ's recommendation?
Yeah.
Where are we? What time we're? Yeah, I see it there.
Right where.
It's at the corner,
You turn left,
north
you
of
take the back road to the train station.
Yeah, it's a really awful. To like.
Is the yellow around there above it, that's R2?
Correct.
So why do you want to split this wedge in this neighborhood away from R5 at the same time?
I think we're saying as an opportunity to increase housing. And R5 would,
Okay.
I think workforce housing that becomes applicable in R5.
It's got all the severe.
So it is existing, or no, I'm sorry, it would be planned, but that is.
I don't think there's a pension. They just put in the like 5 houses down the road there.
So existing service.
I just don't know how we could come off. that.
So. Somebody had said if they wanted to vote, if somebody wants to make a motion, we can start that process.
It's zoned now.
R2. R2, they're requesting for R5. R5. Sure.
It's a 1.54 acre property.
Yeah. So R5 across the street.
But there's single houses on it.
And where's Pine Orchard Road? I think there's one chapter road. Can you give us just roads?
Yeah, Piney Orchard.
That's kind of.
Right, this is the top zone.
It's
like that back.
North to Tucson.
I take that really very seriously.
Correct.
That's a tough property, I would think, to develop. Yeah, no, totally. It's an awful intersection because people try to turn left there and then there's a school bus that comes in the morning. I see two weird things going to the train station and I'm like, please don't kill each other. Yeah, it's an awful.
So I heard somebody want to make a motion. Who did?
I'll make a motion, a motion to approve the, or, recommend.
I'll say.
Okay,
Okay, move that to a vote. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, and no down. Okay.
Any opposed? 7. Any abstentions? 1. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, again, does anybody want to recommend any other zone for this area? No, keep it as R2. Okay, so again, hope we illustrated where the recommended changes are, the staff recommended changes are, the consistency changes, the owner applications. I think that does complete the entirety of Region 5. So, congratulations, that was a lot to take in, a lot of understanding, learned a lot over the last week. Now looking through this. Okay, before we wrap up, I am going to just go over next steps. The next SAC, so the next SAC meeting is August 14th. The information is there. That's really then to go over all the public comments that we've received on the strategies as well as the draft zoning map. And then you can hopefully give the plan and the zoning map your blessing. If we don't get through everything on the 14th, we do have the 19th as a backup. So tomorrow is the last day for the draft strategy questionnaire on these following topics. And like I mentioned before, is we'll put out the draft zoning map in mid-June to mid-July. Okay, so you won't necessarily hear from us except for seeing some e-blast saying, hey, get the word out about the draft zoning map once it ultimately gets released, and some reminders to spread the word. So other than that, any last questions?
We will be receiving meeting notes about the last meeting.
So thank you. The last week's meeting as well as this meeting, we'll send them to you, BCC, like we always email you. And you can provide us any comments for any changes. And we will also ask whether you recommend to approve those minutes. So that again, we can get a quorum and we can get those minutes up online.
So please make sure you respond to the email.
I will harass you.
So we can get a quorum. Otherwise, we're going to go like 3 months without getting meeting notes out to the public, so.
So I'm trying to prepare a report for people in the Crofton Civic Association. I know what we did tonight and I've got all the maps that I can refer to. I don't have that for last week's meeting. For instance,
You have to record it, right?
They can go to the Region 5 Hub website, is that what you're?
That's right.
I don't want they, I'm on myself.
Or that.
So. Okay,
So again, it's our focus right now is to get all this information into our GIS team. They'll reflect it in a map. And again, we're just a few weeks away from mid-June is when we hope to launch this. That's where our resources are focused right now. So again, we do have the recordings if people are interested in going back and listening and learning more about how decisions were made. We recommend you do that until those maps are released.
So these can still not be shared, correct?
That was shared courtesy of the representative for Two Rivers.
Well, I
for
mean,
the SAC.
you're saying do not disseminate.
Yes, correct.
We still can't disseminate those.
Keep those, yes, amongst us for now.
Right, okay.
so you don't have a cheat sheet for last week's meeting, the
Correct.
president's last meeting.
Correct.
Will the notes reflect what the votes were?
We have
I would
those,
like to put together something sooner than later than waiting for the maps to come out.
we were working on the notes as soon as possible.
We're not gonna commit to it though. Staff, the main thing they've gotta get done are the maps for public review.
And encourage your folks to, attend CCA,
So
to engage in public comment.
if, again, is the recording has us sharing the screen, you are able to do a screenshot, pause the recording, take a screenshot. If you'd like to provide some type of visual in the newsletter. Okay.
Put in my report.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to adjourn? Anybody?
Okay, so Corey,
Okay, Cory makes motion, Lisa seconds, okay.
Thank you all.
Any discussion? No, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And this meeting has been adjourned on May 21st, 2025 at 9:42 p.m.